Good morning and welcome to the 2021 Symposium on Intercultural Digital Ethics. I'm Nikita Agarwal. I'm a Technology and Human Rights Fellow here at the Harvard Kennedy School's Carr Center for Human Rights Policy. And it's my pleasure to be welcoming you all on behalf of the center and on behalf of our directors, Matthias Risser and Sushma Raman. We have a very exciting agenda for the next couple of days, and I'm really looking forward to what I believe will be a fascinating set of conversations. And so to get us started, I want to tell you a bit about the symposium's legacy, its significance, and its goals. The idea for this series really began back in 2018 when I was a researcher based at the Oxford Internet Institute's Digital Ethics Lab. And at the time, we'd started to have a much more rigorous conversation about the ethics of digital technologies, particularly predictive data-driven systems facilitated by advances in machine learning or AI. At the same time, though, the frameworks, the legal and ethical frameworks that we were using to analyze digital technologies were distinctly Western. That's to say, we were relying mostly on Western legal, ethical, and cultural values to interpret the benefits and harms of these technologies, whether that's privacy or discrimination or hate speech or other concerns. And this, to me at least, seemed unsatisfactory. Many of my colleagues agreed. Facebook or Meta's largest market is India with 340 million users. The majority of the world's digital population lives in Asia. The fastest growing digital populations are in Africa. And these statistics aren't surprising. They just reflect broader demographic trends. The concern is that as the use of digital technologies becomes increasingly global, it's also important that we broaden the lens through which we study and understand the ethics of these technologies. How do different cultures and social groups view issues like privacy and hate speech differently, if at all? And how do we design technological systems that can reflect and respect these cultural differences? Of course, this wasn't the first time that anybody had asked these questions. Charles S., who will be giving the keynote speech in just a moment, Suraj Honglajaram and Park Wong, who will be speaking tomorrow, were amongst the founders of a field that has come to be known as intercultural digital ethics or intercultural information ethics. And so we have much to thank them and many others like Professors Rafael Capurro and Luciano Floridi, amongst others. But technology also evolves and advances over time. And so whilst many of the issues in intercultural digital ethics that we are addressing today are pretty much the same as what Charles and others were addressing in the early 2000s. Other issues have taken on a new dimension, and we're also facing new issues, particularly brought on by rapid advances in machine learning and AI, and the ever-growing presence of big tech platforms, social media platforms in our lives, as the recent events involving Facebook have highlighted so clearly. So against that backdrop, the aim of this symposium is really to advance the agenda of intercultural digital ethics, to examine digital technologies from different, often less visible social, cultural, and structural perspectives, and to think in practical terms about how we could build a more inclusive digital future. So with that, let me give you a brief overview of our agenda for the next 2 days. We'll begin in just a moment with a keynote from Professor Charles S. That'll be followed by our first panel on the theme of decolonizing AI. And this will be chaired by Shakir Mohammed from DeepMind. We'll then break for 15 minutes. And when we return, we'll have our second panel of the day. This will be chaired by Professor Shannon Valor of the University of Edinburgh. And this panel will look to move beyond harm and autonomy-based analyses of digital ethics. And then we'll close today with remarks from Matthias Risser, who is the faculty director here at the Carr Center. And tomorrow, our first panel will be moderated by Charles S., and this will grapple with the challenge of balancing local and global approaches to the governance of AI. And then our second and final panel will take a more applied approach, and we'll think about applying digital ethics. And this will be chaired by Park Hang Wong, who is an applied data ethicist at the H&M Group. And then finally, we'll close with remarks from Sushma Raman, who is the executive director here at the Carr Center. So just a few very quick housekeeping points before we begin. This event is being recorded and live streamed on YouTube. For speakers and moderators, if you're not speaking or moderating, please could I ask you to keep your mics off so we don't pick up background noise. The audience can participate using the live question function in YouTube, and those questions will be relayed to the panelists. If you're on Twitter, I'll be tweeting, and I encourage you to tweet using the hashtag IDES, IDES. And last but not least, I want to thank two people who are working very hard to make this experience come together for us. Larissa De Silveira, who is behind the scenes operating everything that we're seeing right now, and Ali Gilliard, who's done a great job of promoting the event on social media. So with that, let me introduce our keynote speaker for the symposium, Professor Charles S. We're delighted to have Charles joining us today. Charles is Professor Emeritus at the University of Oslo. He researches, publishes, and teaches at the intersection of philosophy, computational technology, religion, and media studies. He has a particular interest in the culturally variable dimensions of technological design. And as I said earlier, is one of the founders of this field of intercultural digital ethics. And so he really is the ideal person to be kicking off our symposium. So with that, I hand the virtual floor over to you, Charles.
Great, thanks very much. And while I'm trying to get my screen, I want to thank Nikita and the Carr Center for the opportunity to do this with you. I will be fairly quick, I hope. I'll need to run past a few of these slides, but I do want to start with additional thanks. The picture that you're seeing on the lower right is a Sami drum head. The Sami were here perhaps 10,000 years ago. And I know that in the Anglophone world, it is becoming more and more common to give respect and gratitude to our ancestors and hosts. So I am doing so with the Sami. There are some mantras I would start with. I will only use this one from Ames and Rosemont, that what we're about to do is very dangerous. But the only thing more dangerous than making cultural generalizations is the reductionism that results from not doing so. And I would add imperialism, racism, sexism, colonialism, you name it. At the same time, a little bit of Scandinavian inspiration, perhaps, that to risk is to lose your footing for an hour, not to risk is to lose your life. There's also a lovely Japanese proverb that what we're doing is in some ways like crossing the river by feeling with our feet, very difficult, but also strenuous as we try to make those spreads like that. I commonly say I'm a jack of all trades, an apprentice of all trades, master of none. I have a lot of depth, I like to think, but it's mostly horizontal. Or from Leonard Cohen, we're nothing but the brief elaboration of a tube. I will try to get into three different areas. These preliminaries that I've mentioned, some early material on intercultural information ethics. I'll try to put the emphasis primarily on where we are now and where we go from here. It may be helpful to know that I am literally a card-carrying member of the Cherokee Nation. I grew up in the boiling domains of the civil rights movement and the anti-war Vietnam movement. I won't use a lot of terms immediately from feminism, postmodernism, postcolonialism, and so forth. We will come back to those, however, towards the end. As Nikita has already mentioned, we owe actually the very term intercultural information ethics to Rafael Capurro. He defined it early on, fairly simply in 2004. By the way, I'm happy to give you the slides if you want to follow up some of these references and URLs and so forth. You can see just glancing at it that by 2020, his understanding or definition of intercultural information ethics has expanded considerably, which is a very good thing. As Nikita also mentioned, several of us were also doing other things in the early days, including Pakwa. And we'll see some of that work reflected in panel 3 tomorrow. I had a kind of first encounter with the intercultural dimensions of technology when I came to Oslo for the first time in 1997. I was participating in a conference on technology and democracy. Contrary to the statistics that you just heard from Nikita, in 1998, the big red graph in the middle are the US located participation in designers, users of ICTs. I had Europe in the 70s. I thought I knew something about culture and cultural differences, but when I came to Oslo, I also saw that culture made a difference. This was quite contrary to the claims that were prevailing in the day, that somehow technologies, including ICTs or computer-mediated communication, are just tools. They're somehow value neutral. When I first suggested that culture makes a difference, this was often the response that I got. John Cleese in Life of Brian, that this was totally contrary to the sort of prevailing dogma of the day. So we started a conference series, the CATTEC conference series, which I will skip lightly over, except to say, I think it succeeded fairly well in bringing together people from lots of different cultural backgrounds, including indigenous peoples, people and women from the Middle East. We showed that very quickly that there was such a thing as what I called computer-mediated colonization. Roughly what this histogram shows you by 2002 is that the further away you move from US white middle-class males, that would be me, to different demographic and ethnic groups in the US, but then certainly moving into Europe, the Middle East, Asia, and indigenous peoples, the reactions against these technologies become stronger and stronger, to the point that the Kiribati fishing people in the Solomon Islands, who are very happy to have diesel fishing boats, declined the internet because they were rightly afraid, were concerned that it would disrupt their very hierarchical and complex approaches to who gets to access what information. We had started with an optimistic notion of the internet as democratizing. That was a 1990s trope. And we did, as the work, for example, from Deborah Wheeler and Beverly Bickel shows, there were some promising early moments. But then, of course, came the Arab Springs, followed by the Arab Winters. Rasha Abdullah, who is an activist still in Egypt, gave us the keynote address in 2012 and told us that the winters were coming. A particular problem in all of this is trying to understand what we mean by culture. And so there were early on some critiques, important critiques of what culture might mean. Basically, it's not defined. It tends to be homogenous assumptions limited to national cultures, and tended to be conservative. And we started to see that this was not the case. We started to move to the notion of culture as a can opener. This is a phrase from Jose Abdunur Nocera, who's a designer, worked in this case in Namibia with local farmers. And his approach is one that emphasizes the role of local culture and context, including specific objectives, in designing technologies. This led to a particular problem that I will try to come back to at the end, or in the third section, and that is, well, what do you mean by culture? So you may now see that I'm using culture with an asterisk, and this is simply to indicate it's a complex, contested term, and we need to be careful with it. Can we operationalize culture? Whether we're dealing with ethics or anthropology, for example. We learned in the early 2000s that the American Anthropological Association abandoned the term altogether because it's difficult to operationalize. I like to use still a very simple definition. Culture is the way we do things here. And one of the things that I find exciting about the contemporary landscape is a suggestion by Mark Kokelberg that I'll get to on approaching culture in a new way. Anyone who's heard or read much of my pieces knows that I speak a lot about irreducible differences, and this was because irreducible differences was an important concept in trying to come to grips with the dualisms that dominated in the 1990s, including the offensive phrase jihad versus McWorld, but also dualisms in other domains. On the one hand, irreducible difference is critical as defining our cultural identities, and we can give lots and lots of examples. I'm happy to talk about language, politeness practices, gender roles, conceptions of the self, whether our societies are more hierarchical or more egalitarian. The problem is then how do we respond, think, feel through these differences when we encounter them, trying to move beyond some kind of culture shock and trying to move beyond dualism. Dualism would condemn us to simply saying there's either one or the other, but not both. And if we try to connect these things, somehow we may lose the irreducible differences that define cultures, identities, and so forth. When we do this, of course, we reach for common grounds or shared identities alongside differences. This is absolutely necessary. We have to have a common vocabulary. It may well be that there are common grounds that exist cross-culturally. The most comprehensive treatment of this that I know of is Clifford Christian's notion of proto-norms. This emerged over a 20-year global multi-team, multidisciplinary research project that you're welcome to look at. One of the first norms is the dignity or the sanctity of human life. Rawls' overlapping consensus and a notion of modus vivendi, let and let live, pluralism was popular, but Mattson and Strong observed very early on, if we assume that all reasonable people ought to share these common understandings, then we can easily dehumanize those who in fact do not share them. With language in the post 9/11 world in the United States, can you believe how they treat women? They are animals and killers, or in the religious debates, they think abortion is all right. The problem with common grounds, as Benagupta also suggested, is that we tend to let them override those differences that are so important. So we move to notions of complementarity. This is work that I did in collaboration with Sorato and Vidarum. We found that Taylor's notion of complementarity as one that would not merely tolerate ethical difference, but would engage it as a path towards deeper forms of human community. Or in his terms, the crucial idea is that people can bond not in spite of, but because of difference. They can sense, that is, that their lives are narrower and less full alone than in association with each other. In my life, I'm happy to say that I think this is not just a theory. I think I experience it in my neighborhoods. This is a shot of Tøyen, one of the most densely populated and multicultural sections of Oslo. There have been tensions in this neighborhood for a very long time between the more established immigrant residents and the newer, younger people coming in because of the low rents and so forth, many of whom bring with them, of course, LGBTQ plus sensibilities and practices. There have been moderately violent attacks on openly gay couples, lesbian couples. This past spring, something interesting happened. Some young men were trying to start burning a LGBTQ gay pride flag parade. And they were stopped by one of their elders who said, they may be different from us, but they're our neighbors. And I may be overly optimistic, but I like to think that this is an expression of understanding that we're beyond simple grudging tolerance of one another. Underlying all of this are very ancient notions that might be helpful to keep in mind. If we had more time and we could play choir, I would ask half of you to sing an A note and the other half to sing a C note. And what we would hear is a chord, the unity of a chord, but we would also hear the irreducible differences between those two notes. And as many of us have worked on in these domains, these notions of harmony and resonance are very ancient and widely used, and I think are useful metaphors. This led to pro-sen pluralism. An example from Aristotle, if you use the phrase, she has a healthy appetite, or an apple is healthy to eat, those words used mean slightly different things. They refer to slightly different things, but the idea is their unity is made up by their pointing to, or pros hen, a single idea, namely health. This seems to work in some applications in intercultural information ethics. For example, there are different practices in Norway. Everybody I know outside of Norway, including myself when I first came, our income information and our tax information are published publicly on a website for 2 weeks during the year, and anyone can access it. This strikes almost all of the rest of the world as a profound violation of privacy. It doesn't here because it's interpreted or applied, I think, through the lenses of the more relational and far more egalitarian society that I have the privilege of living in contrast, say, with more individual and more hierarchical lenses or ways of interpreting. Sorat Hongledadum has also found an example of this in his experiences or documentation of group consent as a kind of collective consent in Thailand. There need to be 2 caveats, and that is all of these starting point distinctions or characterizations are overly simple, very complex, and much more difficult. And so we need to be immediately suspicious of them. One of the best sort of counters to this is an article by Vigneault and company that I would be happy that I have the references for. All of this is also interwoven with notions of phronesis or judgment, Confucian notions of judgment and so forth, a relational virtue ethics that I have worked on, certainly Shannon Valor, Mark Hulkeberg, and Beveridge et al. From 2020. But I have to leave that aside for the time being. Where are we now? Well, I think we're in a good place. I was very surprised and heartened to discover that the IEEE introduced their ethically aligned design principles guidelines for AI and machine learning over a 3-year process that is genuinely global as far as I can tell. It includes notions of ethical pluralism and relational approaches. This is not just the philosophers nattering at the engineers, it's the engineers engaged in diverse local communities bringing ethics to the foreground. What came out of IDE's 2019 was a very impressive and I think fruitful special issue of philosophy and technology. I'll leave those titles for you to look at later on. Likewise, this past summer, the Journal of Contemporary Eastern Asia published a special issue on ethical pluralism. And I was extremely heartened that there was some confirmation in a way of ethical pluralism as we've discussed it, but there were also important critiques and extensions. So Ayesha Gautam and Deepa Singh bring into play the Indian notion of samvad as a carefully structured practice of dialogue that has the same aims as pros-hen pluralism, but works from a clearly, explicitly non-Western base. Sorat took up my pros-hen pluralism again with a very important transformation or expansion, and that is roughly, instead of thinking of the one towards which these shared elements may point, the one in Aristotle and in Kant, as we will see, is somehow given, it's somehow rather abstract, it's somehow purely rational. And I think Sorat is exactly right to say that what we need to focus on instead are ones that might appear as concrete entities that are shared by all within, but diverge in terms of the social and cultural realities of particular times and places. Rocky Clancy did something similar with the merits of the social credit rating system in China. His notion is that we, in what he calls weird societies, I think that's just lovely, Western educated, industrialized, rich and democratic cultures have solved the problem of large-scale cooperation using God-based religions, among other things. This has not been the case in China. The social credit system, he thinks, is a way of doing that, and he argues that they both thus point towards large-scale social cooperation as shared aims. Quinn Zhu, Tom Williams, and Ruchin Wen then use Confucian thought and role-based morality in particular to think about how we might approach robot design in Eastern and Western contexts. How do we do pluralism? We can do it the way we have always done it, in a certain way, and that is applying diverse frameworks. We've now seen quite a long legacy or literature, and here are a few more examples. More recently from IDES 2020 was the work of Shadari on initial considerations for Islamic digital ethics. I call this, or this used to be called something like the add, culture, and stir approach. In our defense, we didn't have a lot of literature, we didn't have a lot of empirical background, we didn't have a lot of theoretical approaches to work with, or the ones that we did were not always very satisfactory, as we've seen. What we're now seeing, I think, can be considered a very rich tapestry, for which I find very heartening, and beyond anything I would have dreamed of 20 years ago. In addition, there are some second level developments, starting with how we can revise traditional ethical frameworks. This was a PhD thesis by Anne Boilly. My French is too rusty to read the title with any good effect. So, Tensions in the Ethics of AI, a hermeneutical guide for political decision makers. She does several things here. One is the important observation shared by others, such as Anna Jobin and Aline Franske-Shakti, that if you look at all of these guidelines on AI ethics, they are in a certain way relatively superficial. They tend to overlap a great deal in what Aline Shakti-Franske calls the values canon of primary values and norms, but they do not go into any deeper explication or grounding. Surat will talk about this some more tomorrow as well. While Anne Boilly endorses the widely found use of virtue ethics, she develops important critiques of particularly Aristotle. Again, one that is now familiar. It's the one that we also see in Surat's work. Again, there's a notion that we have to move from a kind of given or a priori idea of either what nature aims towards and or what human nature might be, to a much more flexible, perhaps contestable, post-human, etc. Understanding of what human nature might be in praxis. She criticizes this ethic also because it's in a certain way too ideal. It doesn't take into account the problem of choices, such as Antigone's choice, that you don't have a good choice. Any choice you make is going to leave you with blood on your hands. As a conscientious objector who regards Antigone as the mother or one of the first mothers of us all, I think this is a very important point to keep in the foreground. Last but not least, she draws on hermeneutics to develop a dialogical approach to AI ethics. And I think this is very important as a shift, and it's one that is shared by others. There's something of a kind of a hermeneutical turn in philosophy of technology. For example, a new anthology by Ryers, Romela, and Kokelberg, and as we'll see, Kokelberg. Even better, I think, or at least as good, Mark Kokelberg has a paper in progress called the Ubuntu Robot Towards a Conceptual Framework for Intercultural Robotics. He starts by noticing that while there has been growth in these areas, intercultural perspectives are still anything but mainstream. And in robot ethics, little has been done to pay attention to culture, with, for example, Su et al. As an important exception. What he does that I want to foreground and will not read all the details of is he brings forward a Wittgensteinian framework for conceptualizing in what sense and how robots are related to culture, and thereby what it might mean to create an Ubuntu robot. This means we get relational conceptions of human beings, again, Capurro, S. Valor, and so on, where these relational approaches are also in all pre-modern Western and all non-Western cultures. His basic idea, if you're familiar with Wittgenstein, is that language is less a matter of referring to objects and more of a matter of playing the specific rules of a game. For example, giving orders, acting, asking politely, and so on. He draws on Wittgenstein's notion that this all coheres with how we do things, that this is a form of life. And so he suggests that language is a part of culture, again, about how we do things here. Culture is not performed, is not a thing, but it is performed, it is public and social. It is thereby about us. This means that we take a different approach to technologies, such as AI and social robots. Their meaning is always related to their use and to the form of life in which it is embedded and to which it contributes. This is part of a larger development in philosophy of technology that I think should be of importance to people in these domains of cross-cultural approaches. And it understands technology is not somehow separate from what human beings do, but is inextricably interwoven, intimately interwoven with who we are as human beings. We co-evolve, as Peter Paul Verbeek puts it, with our technologies. There's also been a nice kind of upsurge of resources on pluralism. In 2003, I was able to draw on Chan's discussion of Confucian attitudes. More recently, there's been a book on pluralism in Islamic context. These are in the domains of religion and interreligious dialogue, which may not seem immediately pertinent to us working in more secular frameworks, but A, they may in fact provide some important insights, and B, especially as all of these technologies are increasingly designed within and for specific religious contexts. For example, the Bless You Too robot, the Islamic Veldin robot, Mindar, Japanese Buddhist, and so forth. These will be important to pay attention to. I would start to head towards the end by suggesting we also consider that who we are as human beings involves taking up certain virtues or habits that would be helpful. This is not my idea, but from Balsamo and Mitchum. We need to practice generosity, confidence, humility, flexibility, and integrity to undertake this work. And I and Shannon Valor would add courage. This is not easy. I would also encourage us to take on recent work on repairment. This is from Joan Tronto's Ethics of Care in 1993, as well as Maria Puig de la Bacas's more recent work. The idea is, again, in resonance with post-humanist, postmodernist, and so on, critiques of the modern liberal subject, we want to move towards a decentered ethics of care. And so this quote from Maria de la Casa is, I think, worth reading. The circulation of care is everyday maintenance of the more than human web of life, whether we're thinking of technologies and or the larger ecological order. Conceived as a decentered form of vibrant ethicality, as an ethos rooted in the obligations made necessary to specific relationships. It's a species activity contributing to a complex life-sustaining web. Next January, there will be another conference that we can look forward to. I would close by giving you some Scandinavian inspiration. If you don't know the character Pippi Longstocking, you might want to get familiar with her. She's very popular here, and she's known for this little mantra. I've never tried that before, so I'm sure I can do it. So thank you for your attention, and I look forward to your comments and your questions. Trying to stop the share.
Thanks so much, Charles. That was a really great overview of where we've come from. We don't have any questions from the audience as yet, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. But I have a question, which is, you've given us sort of the theory and the sort of like the high level constructs and concepts that you have advocated for, you've promoted, and others have. How should people think about intercultural digital ethics in a more practical sense. So what do you think are the ways in which, for example, pro-se pluralism gets applied in practice? And maybe we could think about a very tangible and current situation with, this platform that is now called Meta. How would a social media platform go about thinking about implementing maybe pro-se pluralism?
I think, thank you for starting me with an easy question. I think I would take inspiration from Jose Nocera and say, ideally, let's start in the local community and not go from the top down, but ask from the ground up. What technologies are really needed here for what purposes and so forth. I may just be showing my age, but I find the idea of all of us sitting behind virtual reality goggles and so forth to be questionable as a preferred mode of being for a lot of people in a lot of parts of the world. And so I would start with what really needs to be done on a local level, and can we design the technologies around that? I think we would find in doing so that there are some things we like to do in common. It's what Facebook does well, for better and for worse, is it connects people from across the globe in ways that are quick, easy, and convenient. It does it so well that it destroys democracy and self-images among young women and young people and so forth. And that I don't know how you fix from the top down. I think it has to be fixed from the bottom up. So if somehow we could redesign these technologies and their applications to use other terms that would lead to flourishing, to good lives, and not simply lives as sort of addicted consumers, that I think would be a start. There are other examples for social robots and so forth, but I now see we have another question. The question is, how do you think you can engage tech companies to better embed intercultural perspectives without whitewashing them? That's a brilliant question. And there's at least sort of two sides to it from my perspective. On the one hand, you're absolutely right. And what I worry about, for example, on the IEEE document is that it looks really, really good. But of course, it would be also terribly useful for ethics washing. People or companies can say they're doing the right thing and blithely ignoring it. Unfortunately, there's ethnographic literature on engineering communities that suggests that the pressures of working in a community or a company and so forth will tend to foster that. On the other hand, these companies exist to make money. And what we noticed early on is that even though there was resistance in a certain way, the companies, for example, web designer companies, learned very quickly. McDonald's by 2004 learned that if it wanted to sell hamburgers in India, it had to design its website differently from its website in Switzerland. So the companies have a very simple, prudential, profit-making interest in paying attention to intercultural or local cultural values and norms and practices as a start. If they don't, they simply risk making themselves irrelevant or the object of protest. It's not a perfect world, but my sort of vague optimism is that the companies are seeing that they have to do this more and more, partly because their engineers are seeing they have to do this more and more. I hope that was a fairly helpful response.
Thank you, Charles. So we don't have any more questions from the audience, and we're also at time. So I'm going to thank you for, I'm going to thank you for a great start to the day. And we're going to move on now to panel 1, decolonizing AI. So if I can just ask all of those panelists to to have your screens on and keep muted. So I'm going to briefly introduce Shakir Mohammed, although he doesn't really need too much of an introduction, and then I'm going to hand it over to him. So Shakir is a senior staff scientist at DeepMind and an expert in statistical machine learning and AI. He works on both technical and socio-technical questions in these fields. And amongst other things, he was a co-author of a very prominent piece on decolonizing or decolonial AI following the last symposium on intercultural digital ethics. He's also the founder and trustee of the Deep Learning Indaba, a grassroots organization aiming to build Pan-African capacity and leadership in AI. So Shakir, we're really delighted that you could be with us today. Very much looking forward to this panel, and I'm going to hand it over to you now.
Okay, I think you can hear me. Thanks, Nikita. Thumbs up from you if you can hear me. Does that sound good to you? Hello, everyone. Welcome to Intercultural Digital Ethics 2021. We got delayed 1 year, but it's amazing. And of course, thank you to Carr Center and Nikita, to Charles, to all the organizers for having me. I'm so excited to get to be here today for us to pick up on this, I think, conversation that is just growing in its importance and its fundamental nature to how we're going to think about the role of technology. So we have an amazing panel of people today. We have William Barillo, we have Catriona Gray, who has now joined the call as well. We have Giulia D'Agostini, and we have Michelle Ahmed. So we have around 40 minutes. So I'm going to hand over to each of the speakers in turn. Maybe speakers, if you can do around 7 or 8 minutes, so we'll give 2 minutes for some kind of questions and discussion, and then we can move on to everyone, and we'll make our time that way. So as always, please keep asking questions in the chat, and we'll check on YouTube comments if they are coming in as well through anyone. And yeah, so I'm going to introduce our first speaker, who will be William Barillo. William is a research fellow in sociology, and his current project is on the Diaspora Strikes Back, and supported by the British Academy, and exploring how Muslim millennials in Europe and North America craft a fairer society for themselves through their cultural heritage, the religious arts, and in general. And the paper that he presented was just so fascinating, thinking about these fundamental decolonial elements on the topic of Muslim experiences and in social media. So William, over to you, and thank you for being with us today.
Thanks for having me. Is my image okay? I'm just double checking.
We just see a green screen, a gray screen.
All right. Okay. How do I solve this? Let me just restart the video again.
Still gray for us.
If it takes too long because I'm not sure what's going on, feel free to switch to another speaker, Shakir.
Okay, let's do that. Thanks, William. As always, with our digital meetings, a small little hiccup is not to be unexpected. So let's ask you, Catriona, to come on board. Catriona is a PhD student at the University of Bath. Oh no, we see you now. So maybe we'll just keep you waiting a little bit longer, Catriona, and back to you, William.
All right. So you said 7 to 8 minutes. I'm afraid I'm going to be really tight on time with maybe something around 10 minutes. Anyways, let's go for it. Thanks everyone for Nikita and for organizing all this. So on my end, I would like to offer some perspectives from sociology. So let me share my screen with the slides. Let's share this. Can I share? Yes. Okay, let's get started. Can everyone see the screen here?
Yes, well, now we see ourselves. Okay, we're back to the slides. Perfect. If you just
okay, perfect. Okay.
Thanks.
Cool. So I have perspective from sociology, and then starting with myself, in the sense that an observation I had is whenever I open the explore section on Instagram, well, I don't really feel like a man. I don't even feel like a valid human being, this to say, and this despite spending weeks curating my feed, trying to select who do I follow, who do I want to mute, I always see the same thing. It's always muscular men driving fast and expensive cars, going on holiday to Dubai, and spending a lot of time in the gym. And even if I know all the theory and the why and the how, my subconscious is still asking me, just like have I failed my life somehow? And fortunately, well, we have lots of research that has demonstrated how social media negatively impacts our mental health because of its environment of comparison, its environment of competition. It's basically like a live 30 under 30.
William, your slides have disappeared for us, and we also don't see your video.
Okay, this is really sorry, contact. What do I need to share? Why does it doesn't allow me? Okay.
Yes, we have the slides again.
Back to the slides then. So yeah, long story short, yes. So can we imagine then what happens to people who come from marginalized parts of the society because of their race, their class, their gender, their faith, their belief? So I wanted to focus on British Muslims born around my generation, so born around '86, and so people coming from various and different cultural, religious, professional backgrounds, different understandings of the religion and social issues, and all social media users, and some of them using it as their main source of income. And a few things struck me that I would like to share with you. First is the power they confer to the algorithms. Second is the questions they ask. Why are they so biased towards dominant cultural norms? And eventually, like the case where these algorithms can be used as tools for social control. So I would like to start with a first case study. One of my respondents, a single mother of two, she's a businesswoman, and her survival depends on occasional collaborations she can make with high street brands, and she's got only 80K followers. So she says to me, I take pictures of my food and I don't finish it. I take pictures of what I do every day. If I don't do it, I lose followers. I wish I didn't have to do it. But these figures give me some credibility for people who could work with me. So she is caught in a loop for chasing likes and followers because her business depends less on the quality of her work than her digital performance. And a lot of people similarly take Instagram as a gauge for their self-worth. They ask themselves why, despite years of hard work, I don't become more popular. And because nobody really knows how these algorithms work, and nobody has access to the code, they have become some kind of mysterious entities, invisible, indecipherable, but omniscient and powerful, with this ability to judge who deserves to be popular, who deserves to be forgotten. De facto, they have become some kind of deities. And let's pay attention to the vocabulary people use when they say that someone has ascended to virality. They have been blessed by the algorithm. So we rely on them to feed, to find work, to find love, even to survive. And as per the famous artist Abbas Zahedi says, they have become the algorithm. And talking about Muslims in the UK, reliance on social media comes mainly from a situation of deprivation, from financial stability, visibility, political representation, and Instagram fills a comfortable void because it sells people a theology of liberation. Like it says that you can escape your condition, you can transcend the barriers of gender, class, and race if you perform well. It is a form of digital Darwinism, the survival of the famous. So not only they become gods, but they also get to elect their specific demigods. So my respondents often ask me, like, why do we only see Muslims who are only fair-skinned, tall, slim, with straight hair, or like hyper-masculine men? Why are there no poor Muslims? Why no black Muslims? Why are there no normal people on the Explore page in Instagram? So since 2015, like Google controversy, the 2016 UK Home Office, so we know that algorithms often exhibit racial biases. But more than that, it's also people abiding to very similar standards. So commenters have been prompt at observing how so many women look like clones of Kim Kardashian and Kylie Jenner, or more recently in the Vogue challenge in 2020. So we would see young women of color editing pictures of themselves on fake cover of the magazine Vogue, but replicating the very same display of wealth and lascivious poses as is in 19th century Orientalist paintings. So yes, you get to see people of color, but again, through a very specific lens. So my respondents tell me like how, in order to fit in, they had to change the way they look, they speak, or behave. Some have been using plastic surgery to abide by these standards. And it's just like in the movie Fight Club, everything is a copy of a copy of a copy. But then again, these are aesthetics. There are cases when trends perpetuate oppression. So one of my respondents of South Asian descent, whose main income comes from YouTube, told me that he purposely avoids featuring Black people in his videos because he says this is not what his audience wants. Black people don't sell, he tells me. And we have come to a point where I was just following the trend has become the new, I was just following orders. Can you think about this? So in this world of Instagram, which seems all perfect with no poverty, no racism, while in practice people have to tick very specific boxes, the problem is it's not only about success, it's about real life job opportunities conditioned by these standards. And this is what led psychologist Hussein Boulan to coin the term metacolonialism. So as Mark Zuckerberg offers us the metaverse, so here we have metacolonialism. Yes, the empires of the past are no more, but still people from minorities are not forced, but strongly suggested to modify their appearances, the way they speak and behave in order to exist as valid citizens. And this at the cost of their unique culture, heritage, faith, and identities. Like changing your accent if you come from the north of England and you want to work in the south. It is, in terms of psychology, a form of gaslighting, when the manipulator gets people to doubt of their own reality, their existence, their morals and ethics. So we have several cases where, for example, in 2020, also we have this confirmation of political views when in 2020, Facebook admitted censoring Sikh organizations criticizing the Indian government, or the company Dataminer has been used to monitor Black Lives Matter protests with the help of Twitter, or the counter-extremism think tank ISD used Facebook Messenger to intervene in private conversations with subjects suspected to be at risk of extremism, or what happened more recently with the 2021 situation in Palestine. So these are all fundamental questions about not only data privacy, data security, but about freedom of expression, of protest, of dissent, well, just of being, because we are sliding in the territory of social engineering. So as a conclusion, yes, algorithms are curators of a culture-specific ideal society with its hierarchies, its myths, its demigods. They're able to change core beliefs at individual and collective levels. But maybe, like in a Greek tragedy, we are maybe about to suffer the consequences of the darker sides of human psyche if we don't pay attention. We're talking about climate refugees, so maybe soon we'll be talking about AI refugees. So people have posited different solutions, like for example, beyond diverse data sets and designer teams, or like relocating teams in non-Western countries. We may want to think about the intentions of creating AI. Can we think about a non-commercial and non-security driven AI, or a self-critical system able to recognize power imbalances, or even further, a compassionate or benevolent system, or from a more spiritual perspective, an AI without an ego and free from man-made supremacies? But that would imply that beyond developers, economic and security analysts, and experts in human conditions, we need historians, anthropologists, artists, sociologists, and people from the margin, like community organizer, to be able to somehow parent the AI we're giving birth to. That's, I'm done with my presentation, and thank you so much for your attention. Over to you, Shakir.
Wonderful. Thanks so much, William. We are running a little bit over time. I wondered if you could just, at the end, just linger a little bit in that final slide, the role of coloniality and the meta-colonialism that we're seeing, especially for Muslim communities around the world. You have so many examples, not just of algorithms through their filtering or recommendation systems. You see it in the role of language generation and prediction tools that are also censoring the kind of language and mode of expression. If you could just linger a little bit of any thoughts you have on those tools, abolitionist tools for Muslim communities that may be needed, that we could instead develop, that are a different way of pushing forward exactly the kind of vital questions you're asking. Still muted. Muted.
Thank you very much. Yeah. So yeah, I think people have imagined like many different solutions, but one thing that looms is the inevitably of like a monopoly of what already exists. But then, like, how do we resist? How do we cope? How is it possible to heal from the damages made by these systems? So some people would advocate just like quitting and you know, kind of going on an exile away from AI in the form of like. The scholar Said Mustafa Ali thinks about decolonial Luddism, you know, like just like withdrawing from the dominant forms of power. Some other think of building parallel alternative systems from scratch to as a counterweight this, to say, as we see now, like when it comes to politics and society, we have always the dominant groups, and you also have people at the margins who find their own ways to heal and to flourish and to exist with their own terms.
Yeah, thank you again so much. Let's move on to you, Catriona. So Catriona is a PhD student at the University of Bath, and her work is looking at the forces shaping the adoption of AI algorithms and the global refugee regime. And let's hear from you. Thank you so much for being with us today. You're still muted as well. Perfect.
Can you see the title slide okay?
Yeah, we see it and we hear you perfectly. Over to you.
Great. Thanks, Shakur. I am Katrina Gray. I'm a PhD student at the University of Bath. The paper I'm presenting today is really an intervention, a theoretical intervention in debates about the entanglements of data, technology, and colonialism. It offers a constructive critique of the theory of data colonialism developed by Kuldre Matthias, which I note I think other panelists have cited and engaged with in their papers as well. So I'm arguing that contrary to their main argument, colonialism is not reducible to the dynamic of appropriation that they identify. And to take this insight further forward, I suggest that we can fruitfully engage with the work of Boaventura de Sousa Santos to analyse the coloniality of contemporary data practices and how they are structured by what he calls abyssal thinking. So I began in my paper by introducing the ways that other authors have explained these relationships between datafication and problematics of colonialism. These are really wide-ranging and engage with both epistemic dimensions, how we produce knowledge about processes of datafication, for example. So the work of Milan and Traoré, who invite us to think big data from the South, which I try to heed in my paper. But then in a more political economy-oriented work, Kuldre Matthias and their now very well-known work offer a theory of data colonialism, which emphasizes the appropriation of data as a resource. So as I say, I try to problematize this, and I argue that in order to study how colonial power is reproduced in and through data, we need to move beyond the identification of this extractive or expropriative dynamic towards a more extensive and contemporary program of empirical work that investigates how data practices are embedded in, conditioned by, and reproductive of colonial relations. And Santos's notion of abyssal thinking is particularly useful for this. So firstly, I'll just sort of rehearse the data colonialism argument. They describe a new social order, which is based on a process of data relations, which involves the conversion of everyday life into a data stream to be captured and commodified.
This process, they argue, can be understood as a new distinctive form of colonialism, which normalizes the exploitation of human beings, just as and I quote, just as historic colonialism appropriated territory and resources and ruled subjects for profit. So I argue this actually kind of betrays a universalizing treatment and relies on a sort of logic of analogy. The authors say they're concerned with the underlying function of colonialism, which is the appropriation of value. But I would suggest this amounts to an abstraction of this dynamic from its historical context, and that this in turn presents a number of other problems, namely its lack of recognition of the co-constitutive and integral relationship of colonialism to capitalist development. Secondly, it, I think, occludes the role of violence, agency, and culpability. And finally, it unmoors the foundational role of race in this appropriative dynamic. So I suggest Santos's work is a good starting point for enriching this interpretation. One of the main conceptual tools he makes available is that of abyssal thinking. So for Santos, this is quite a dense theoretical schema, but there's a central abyssal foundational line, which founds the false universalisms constitutive of European modernity. So Northern epistemologies produce, while at the same time obscuring, this abyssal line with the effect of rendering the abyssal exclusions unrecognizable. And everything on the so-called other side of the line, so that is in the colonial territories, vanishes and is produced as non-existent. I suggest we can productively draw on this conceptualization of a colonially instituted model of radical exclusion to interrogate datafication and the proliferation of data-dependent technologies. So in this table, it's just counterposing some of the exclusions and abyssal lines that Santos sets out. I won't go into detail in this, but essentially I draw on the work of Bambra and historical sociology to really show that rather than being a kind of adjunct to capitalist development, colonialism is integral and continuously integral to the continuation and development of capitalism. Returning to Santos's schema, we're reminded that the dominant logic on the colonial side of the abyssal lines is that of appropriation and violence. So on the metropolitan line, it's a sort of tension that animates all conflicts between regulation and emancipation. But on the other side, it's only appropriation violence. I suggest Santos helps to complicate this abstracted dynamic of colonial appropriation identified by Kildre Matthias. So appropriation, I argue, is more than simply the unjust transfer of resources, but is also a productive force, often accompanied by violence in this complex tension that Santos identifies. And as other authors like Chiano have observed, colonialism is imprinted in contemporary racialized patterns of work and access to and ownership of resources. And it also structures the global economy through an abyssal legal cartography through which flows of data are governed and administered. And along with appropriation, we can use Santos's work to analyze these corresponding accompanying forms of violence that datafication takes, including the discarding of relevant experience. So he uses the term epistemicide to describe the vast destruction of knowledge through colonialism and the abyssal lines. So under abyssal thinking, ways of knowing that don't fit with the modern scientific paradigm, so beliefs, opinions, intuitions, embodied knowledge, are radically excluded, and at most, quote, they may become objects or raw materials for scientific inquiry. So this offers us a good way of thinking about what is radically excluded if it's not parsable training or input data, for example. And we can also draw on Santos's concept of scientific meta-technologies, that is the ways of determining how relevant objects of study are identified, recognized, and represented. So this then prompts questions about how different ML algorithms, for example, cope with or tackle incompleteness in data, and how this might be different from other disciplines that Santos talks about, or other techniques like economics, which are threatened by incompleteness in data. So there's questions about whether we have new techniques to overcome this. And yeah, there's, I go into more detail in the paper, of course, but there's questions about for whom data-derived knowledge is really knowledge at all. I'm trying to keep to time, so I'm just rushing through a little bit, apologies. So Santos has another concept of ecology of knowledges, which is useful for recognizing the plurality of knowledges beyond scientific knowledge. It recognizes that all knowledges are incomplete and that knowledge is not simply representation, but is also always intervention. As I mentioned, I think Kildare-Mackay's theory can be critiqued for the way that it treats race as fairly incidental to dispossession of data. Of course, data isn't equally expropriatable. There are differential extractions and assignments of value involved. For Santos, post-abyssal thinking starts from the recognition that social exclusion in its broadest sense takes very different forms according to whether it's determined by abyssal or non-abyssal exclusions. So this takes us a bit further beyond undifferentiated analyses of exclusion and inequality. So, for example, to use Virginia Eubank's term, automated inequality or social exclusion, to instead look at these more radical abyssal forms of exclusion. And the task is to render these first visible. I'll try to wrap up on this because I don't want to go over my allotted time. While Santos theorizes the abyssal lines as permanent, they're also shifting at particular historical moments. And one shift that's taken place recently, he terms the return of the colonial. Essentially, this is an encroachment into the metropole by those regarded as being from the other side of the abyssal line. So, for example, refugees from the global south. So metropolitan societies are responding by implementing kind of quasi-colonial forms of indirect rule, in which the state withdraws from social regulation and it sort of involves processes of privatization. So in my paper, I argue for a reading of public and governmental AI decision systems as a reflection or a tool for this form of rule. They often operate automatically and can give the illusion of a decision that has not been made when it has. So the abyssal line has always had to make its other side incomprehensible and subhuman, and it sort of can never be acknowledged. So AI technologies offer potentially a tool for doing that. And then I won't go into too much about the sort of strategies that he proposes, but maybe we can discuss this because I know that other papers talk about, for example, critical approaches to human rights. This is also something that's dealt with in Santos's work. So he coins the term. He really argues that we can learn from political struggles, social actors, and grammars of liberation rooted in struggles against colonialism. And this can include a reconstructed notion of human rights, which is not so much about political closure and legal universality, but it's really a tool for contesting authority and creating new rights. And in the field of AI, I suggest one form this could take is in intercultural mobilizations, which connect resistance to AI's multiple extractive frontiers. And yeah, I'll leave it at that because I don't want to go into too much detail on this. So essentially, my paper is a critique of and elaboration, I guess, of Kildare-Mackay's theory of data colonialism. And our task, I think, as Santos would argue, is to render visible the abyssal exclusions, the contradictory moves that I've talked about, and that this can only be done from learning from struggles rooted in the Global South. So I'll leave it there, and apologies for running over.
Thank you so much, Catriona. I want to tend to agree with you actually that there is something that we want more out of Carr-Ryan Mejias's work, particularly around data colonialism, and I really like the push that you had on more than appropriation. I wondered if you could just push a little bit more. Carr-Ryan Mejias, for me, the limitation is because of the focus on data. Now, when we are speaking about things, there is the algorithm, machine learning as a system is the combination of these two. And then there are also other things which you didn't touch on, which I think are coming up in the depth of this abyssal line: institutions, cultures, systems of global capitalism. So I wanted to, so don't talk about the latter bit, but I wonder if you could just push more beyond data into algorithmic systems or computational systems, and if they, how your thinking just expands a bit into the slightly broader space.
Yeah, so I agree. I think there's a tendency to go around in circles a bit, circle back on data, to this exclusion of the wider socio-technical systems, models, like those kind of questions, which I think is where this sort of research agenda maybe needs to go from here. But there's also, I mean, there's so much else to it. I mentioned at the end of the presentation the material dimensions and the for example, the extractive processes, labor processes, the conditions of production of AI technologies and all of that as well, which is also heavily implicated and reproductive of colonial inequalities, colonial hierarchies. I know that's perhaps getting a bit more attention of late. If you look at, for example, Kate Crawford's latest book, Atlas of AI, there's a kind of increasing engagement with questions of that, although I would argue that also maybe doesn't make these kinds of connections about how these processes are rooted in colonially instituted arrangements. There's a lot of other different angles, but I would agree that I think the computational systems, like you say, that probably is where more focus needs to be in future research. It's not something I go into a huge amount of detail in my paper, but I think it's probably where I hope others can take it up from here.
And thank you so much, Catriona. Let's move on to Giulia D'Agostini. And actually, maybe, Giulia, you're going to give us a bit more depth in this, because you are going to talk about censorship and histories and really bring that into the computational system for us. So over to you.
Yes, thank you. Hello, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank Nikita, Larissa, and obviously Shakir, and everyone who has made this symposium happen. I'm really glad to be here and to be able to discuss these issues with you. So my name is Giulia D'Agostini. I am an LLM candidate at the Federal University of Minas Gerais in Brazil. So jumping into my paper, the paper attempts to understand the impact of content moderation and cultural diversity. And it revolves around a case that caught some attention a few years ago in Brazil. The Ministry of Culture posted on their social media a picture of a woman from the Botocudos, which is an indigenous people from Brazil, as a celebration of Indians Day, which is a day in Brazil that honors Brazilian indigenous people. But the picture was removed from Facebook not long after it was posted under the allegation of nudity, because the breast of the woman in the picture was exposed. Facebook stated that it is not easy to find the right balance between allowing people to express themselves creatively and also maintain a comfortable experience for all the global, culturally diverse community on the platform. And this was a huge discussion in Brazil at the time. And even though Facebook eventually made the picture available again, that really brought up discussions about digital colonialism. If an indigenous person cannot appear as they are, which might include nudity, then it means that they may not appear indigenous to be online. So if they have to abandon their customs, their traditions, their cultural identity, so they can be on social media and have an online presence, then we are really talking about this new form of colonialism that we really should pay more attention to. So this case is presented as an example of how content moderation mechanisms can perpetuate colonialism repression, whether through automated systems or human moderators. Digital platforms have unprecedented power over public speech. So the colonial period in South America caused the destruction, submission, and exploitation of Native people, and this systematic repression was followed by the imposition of the colonizers' beliefs and customs and culture. So this served in a way of social and cultural control. So many indigenous communities have lost part of their culture through identity substitution methods. For example, in Brazil, indigenous women were forced to marry colonizers, and their children were forced to be baptized as Catholic. So the structure of power that was constructed with colonialism never really faded, and digital technologies do not emerge outside from these patterns. Content moderation policies that disregard cultural particularities challenges the identity construction of marginalized cultures, such as this example. So in that context, we need to think about and discuss a decolonial approach to content moderation. And in that scenario, besides advocating for the development of a content moderation policy that is centered on fundamental rights, the paper also discusses the adoption of transparency measures by digital platforms so that researchers, regulators, and users are better informed and able to consider more direct solutions to the problem we are talking about. We know that automated decision systems can be used by social media platforms for content moderation in different ways. So content moderation does not refer only to malicious content. All types of content circulating on digital platforms are subject to moderation. For example, in content personalization based on profiling techniques. So content moderation can mean more than content removal or unavailability. It can also mean labeling or ranking, for instance. So it is an essential aspect of how platforms work. They don't only evaluate what is or isn't appropriate or acceptable content, but they also determine what is seen by each user. And this is a result of decisions made automatically by artificial intelligence based on inferences made about the personality, the taste, the interests of each person from that individual's interactions with that platform. So with this, platforms influence public debate and access to information and can also interfere in the freedom of expression of their users. In Brazil, we have the Brazilian Civil Rights Framework for the Internet that regulates platforms. And in Article 19, it says that in order to ensure freedom of expression and prevent censorship, which are principles that are protected by this law, platforms can only be held liable for damages that eventually arise from content generated by third parties, if after a specific court order, they do not make the content unavailable. So we already have legal basis for liability of platforms, but this context reopens this discussion about the liability regime of internet intermediaries and the impact of content moderation on freedom of expression and access to information, because platforms shape in different but very significant ways the way in which people can communicate. So social media plays this important role by connecting people, offering space for interaction, discovery, and exchange. But the system of private rules that govern these interactions results in different experiences across different cultures. The way these policies are enforced usually lack notice, due process, and transparency. Not to mention, they are mainly driven by business priorities, which are not necessarily in alignment with human rights standards. So the decision-making process by automated systems for reviewing content reflect a series of choices that can put speech from social minorities at risk of over-removal. One example is that these automated tools hardly understand the nuances in the context that they are analyzing. For instance, systems are ill-equipped to understand that an expression considered offensive when directed towards a minority group can be used positively among the members of that group as a way of empowerment. That happens a lot in Brazilian Portuguese, especially among the LGBTQ plus community. So context matters. So the paper sought to develop a critical approach towards content moderation, considering its impact on cultural diversity, above all, from a perspective that considers that the policies at place repress and exploit Native people as digital colonialism, and tries to reevaluate the role of these digital platforms in freedom of expression. Talking about a decolonial perspective to content moderation, it should work towards the dismantling of current repression and exploitation logics. The appreciation of the experiences and voices of the oppressed is necessary to break the perpetuation of colonial practices. So we should hear more the voices of people who are marginalized and who are being affected by the system, and platforms need to reorient their moderation approach to center the protection of human rights, especially of social minorities. And even though transparency is not a solution, and I'm not claiming that, but I think it is a way forward that allows users, researchers, and regulators to be better involved in the decision-making process that platforms go through. This opens the subject up for debate and allows better discussion regarding adequacies that should be made. And in that sense, I made a few recommendations on my paper that talk about mandatory transparency reports, appeals policies, multi-stakeholder approach, but above all, a human rights-centered policy, in a way that content moderation policies should exercise discretion in a way that balances the asymmetry in the power dynamic among different groups. And fundamental rights, especially of marginalized groups, should always be prioritized. So yeah, I am open for questions and comments on what I just presented, and I'd like to thank you once again.
Thank you so much, Julian. I wanted to just start by really enjoying the questions that have been sent by everyone outside, and I'll read them at the end once we get to the end of the session. Julian, one of the things that sort of just really struck me about your paper and sort of everything that you're speaking is you are really trying to speak to, maybe if I give you an expression or put an expression into your mouth, like a decolonial AI governance. And AI governance is a very big topic these days. So I wondered if you could just maybe in 1 minute or 30 seconds tell us a little bit of how you are thinking about AI governance, decolonial AI governance, maybe particularly in the Brazilian situation, which the example that you opened the paper with was just set the scene so wonderfully.
Yes, I mean, I guess we're talking about such a complex issue and such a broad issue that I wanted to talk about AI governance from this decolonial perspective, but especially from the global South. And I wanted to set the scene with this example because it just really stuck with me. I heard that this whole story by a former ministry employee, and it just stuck with me how nothing else matters except the black or white distinctions between what is acceptable and what isn't. So I guess what I'm trying to present here is how complex this is and how we have nuances in this speech. So one example that I also bring in my paper is a research made by Brazilian researchers, which are the Coding Rights think tank, and they talk about how lesbians usually appropriate from a word that is used in Brazilian Portuguese, which is sapatão. It is usually an offensive word used to talk about lesbians, but they empowered themselves and they appropriated of that word, and it made a whole difference. But Facebook still keeps on shutting them down when they use that word because it doesn't understand context. So I guess that's where I'm coming from.
Thank you so much. And we're going to move on to our last speaker, and hopefully We are running it just a little bit over, but hopefully we'll be forgiven by everyone. So Mishal Ahmed is a PhD candidate in the Department of Politics at York University in Canada, and her research is on the applications of AI and machine learning in immigration processes. And I think we already saw a little bit of that from Catriona's presentation about the role of asylum seekers, of refugees, of the border. So I'm really excited that Mishal is going to even take us further into that idea. So over to you, Mishal.
Thank you, Shakir, and thank you, Nikita, for organizing. My name is Mishal Ahmed. I'm a doctoral candidate at York University, and my research is supported by the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council. Let's get right to it. I'll be presenting my paper titled AI at the Border, the Differential Impact of AI Technologies on Refugees and Asylum Seekers. As political and climate-related production of refugees continues, immigration authorities across the global north increasingly deploy technological methods of screening, engaging, managing, and/or limiting the mobilities of refugees and asylum seekers. In 2014, Canada began to pilot predictive analytics to technologically automate and evaluate immigration applications, which were previously at the discretion mostly of human officers. This was followed by the development of AI-based front-end decision-making and merit-determining systems. In a report from the Citizens Lab, Molnar and Gill 2018 highlight that the use of AI in immigration decision-making, especially in compassionate and humanitarian applications, would not only breach human rights, but technological errors and or algorithmic bias could lead to, quote, life and death ramifications for immigrants and refugees, end quote. The development of AI through border technologies is then the deployment of AI through border technologies is then implicated along several registers, specifically the geopolitical asymmetries of power, the low rights environments of displaced persons, and statelessness, which has become both the basis of data extraction and the means to mitigate the mobility of refugee claimants. My paper seeks to examine the following. First, the differential impact of AI-based border technologies on refugee and asylum claimants. Second, the human rights implications and the limits in relation to new and emerging border technologies. Third, the long-term effects of this changing interface brought on by the proliferation of for-profit technologies in immigration decision-making. And four, how engagement with refugee and asylum claimants through such technologies occurs along a highly racialized and gendered axes. Methodologically speaking, my intervention is largely theoretical in that it seeks to center power and power differentials as expressed through multiple avenues of bordering, securitization, and market imperatives in conjunction with the use of AI in public and humanitarian sectors, since my methodological choices remained qualitative and secondary. The literature at hand in the field of AI specifically clusters around 5 major thematics. The ethics of AI, so it's this professionalization of ethics teams, as well as the use of ethics as framework. The second is the legal and regulatory schemas, where the use and distribution become subject of either corporate social responsibility or government regulation. So this is kind of like a game of tag. This discourse continues to unfold in whose responsibility it is to procure just outcomes or mitigate harms. The third is AI for social good, which seeks to operationalize AI for more egalitarian purposes or public-facing advancements. Fourth is AI for optimization of previously human tasks. So this focuses more on streamlining and or automating human-based decision-making, even right down to the more mundane tasks of note-taking. And lastly, a strong body of scholarship stands in opposition to the 4 subfields I just mentioned and centers on biases and harms of AI. So we have, the seminal works by Safia Noble, Ruha Benjamin, Joy Buolamwini, among others. And these engage with questions of, bias reduction, harm mitigation, or decolonizing AI to mitigate harm and to center the ongoing nature of coloniality, namely Muhammad et al. 2020, and most recently scholarship from Adams 2020, which grapples with how and whether AI can be decolonized, and if a more inclusive AI can even be made possible. This thread of scholarship heavily guides my theoretical intervention and how my paper will weave together some of the more disparate concepts in relation to the use of AI in the public sector, specifically immigration. There are 3 major theoretical concepts that have been useful to my analytics and will be delineated as follows. The first are the concepts of borders and securitization. Borders, the process of border governance, and the enforcement mechanisms that stem from it are not simply a means of territorial groundskeeping. For Walia 2021, they are, quote, productive regimes, both generated by and reproducing racialized social relations, further imbued by gender, sexuality, class, ability, and nationality, end quote. With this conception in mind, Walia furthers that deterrence practices actively enact and mobilize difference through physical borders and the emerging virtual walling practices. These are operationalized through biometric systems, automated decision-making, recognition software, just to name a few, many of which are actually tested on migrants and refugees. These securitization regimes then necessitate differentiation to establish a desirable versus undesirable immigrant, without which these technologies would essentially be rendered obsolete. Apart from the prioritization of an able-bodied laboring subject, moral judgments have always been more pronounced for refugees in the Canadian context. So historically speaking, Canadian immigration officials used to give preference to what they considered whole and or nuclear families when it came to especially when it came to asylum claimants with children involved. For EP 2017, such preferences still hold today, where non-nuclear families, unmarried women with children, or those widowed are undesirable as they're viewed as a social economic liability, thus kind of depicting the gender biases in relation to admissibility criteria, and of course, making us think, what kind of criterion are we feeding into these automated decision-making programs? At the same time, as we see, the political production and climate-based production of refugees, there's this overt reduction in the sympathies towards refugees and asylum seekers on a global scale. An example of this is the passing of the Canadian Bill C-31 in 2012, titled Protecting Canada's Immigration Systems Act. This was passed under the Conservative government. EP 2017 points out that while this was widely criticized for its human rights implications and the approach this bill took towards refugees and asylum seekers, it also provisioned a lengthy list of what it refers to as safe countries of origin. These are regions that Canada does not consider to be producers of refugees, thus depicting that the mood and political leanings of governments also heavily impacts constructs and dichotomies of the desirable and undesirable immigrants, which of course then implicates the introduction of decision-making and surveillance technologies, how AI is being deployed, to what end, and to suit whose politics. While international categories of humanitarian and compassionate applications remain mostly unchanged from its inception, borders and who they seek to admit vary by state, political party, governments, and sometimes even prevailing social attitudes. The second theoretical concept I engaged with is human rights. Most recently, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Michelle Bachelet, urged states to issue moratoriums on the use and sale of AI systems and address the serious risk AI posed to human rights. Citing the abuse perpetuated and facilitated by the surveillance industry, Bachelet called for stronger protections and regulatory schemas to ensure human rights standards are adhered to. However, in engaging with human rights in relation to AI, I call into question the universalization of a smooth political train upon which technological advancements, such as AI and the international rights regimes, are depicted as liberatory, where both its benefits and harms are depicted as universal rather than differential and very specific. Informed by Adams 2021 and Atanasovsky and Vora 2019, I argued that the rights-based framework is foundationally challenged by the notions of universality it operates on. The universalization of rights and protections falls short of acknowledging the power differentials between the producers, deployers, and those impacted by AI technologies, especially in relation to humanitarian applications. Those same universalizations also evade questions of a racialized, gendered, and geopolitical variances, which contribute to the inegalitarian experiences and engagement with and by such technologies. The human rights discourse then becomes limited in a multiplicity of ways, especially in relation to its episteme, which privileges Western thinkers, actors, programs, and constructs this other as needing intervention, drawing on a variety of instances where the liberal and transnational rights-based schemas have failed to procedurally ensure just outcomes for or just outcomes with just engagement with racialized communities. It is evident that the humanity of certain peoples remains unaccounted for in international policy and in the code. The third and last concept that I engage with in terms is marketization. For Agathangelu 2017, technoscientific interventions are often presented as a means to provide relief from a variety of human limitations. This rationale can also be found in the wide use of biometric technology to disperse benefits to refugee and asylum claimants. However, these develop with this particular image of a developed West and a social order which works to generate new kinds of subjects designated for intervention again and labor. Madnow 2019 also points to the marketization of border surveillance industry, specifically speaking to the logics of solutionism, capitalism, and securitization, which operate on ideals of streamlining, making efficient, and then standardizing across sectors to facilitate this free flow and exchange of data, all of which again occurs at the expense of displaced communities who become hotbeds of both data and data extraction. In reading together disparate threads of scholarship and reading for the multi-directional nature of bias and discrimination and how this can permeate machine learning and AI-based technologies, what emerged was this operationalization of AI upon a colonial axis of power relations and its subsequent reliance on a politics of difference. Here, power not only guides the human gaze as reflected in the biases of Canadian immigration officers as covered by EP 2017, but also the technological vision and collection of data, the aggregation of data footprints to produce affective knowledge and assign meaning to human gestures and pupils. Power and power differentials also guide this ongoing evasion of responsibility to the most vulnerable in our communities. Through the exercise of disembodying technological surveillance and decision-making as post-human and thus bias-free, for Jasanoff 2017, modern data relations have come to evade questions of observational standpoint, which are expressions of social and political values. This in turn shapes the compilation of data and how it's being made actionable through emerging technologies. And so power is then also exercised in how data and database technologies as a whole are being used to identify, sort, and designate which refugees, asylum seekers, or more broadly immigrants are admissible or not. To conclude, as I continue to think through this work, some questions come to mind. The first is, how does one ensure transparency in automated decision-making mechanisms which engage with humanitarian applications, which are already highly discretionary? In what ways can we generate social conditions conducive to fair use of emerging technologies when they are themselves vested in a politics of difference? And to what extent do private and public partnerships allow for the inclusion of the publics which emerging technologies are used on or against? Thank you very much. I look forward to your comments and questions.
Oh, amazing. Thank you. This last point maybe is the one, if you could just dig a little bit for us. If there is a way that we must empower those who are at the margin, particularly refugees and asylum seekers, what does that look like? Is that even desirable in a technological space? How do we give more power to, to those who are actually affected rather than, we who are the designers or the affluent on the other side of that equation? Is there anything emerging in that space?
So I think, thank you for this excellent question. And I grappled with this quite as I worked through the paper, because this depends on who we're asking. So if it's in terms of maybe more private sector, enfranchisement for them will be along their agenda of, well, they need to produce these technologies that are preempting of risk and thus need to, produce a risked subject. Without such, their product is rendered obsolete. However, if we go towards, I guess, more in line of what enfranchisement into the design and output of such technologies would look like, I guess in the more kind of beginning stages, we could begin with inclusion, in that inclusion transparency. And I don't mean inclusion in like the more formal sense that we simply enfranchise and bring on board and consult with impacted communities at face or by project, by one project at a time. I mean radical inclusion in that a barrier-free inclusion where these technologies are not simply thinking of a client relation, but they are thinking actively of who is being impacted by this interface and taking into account their needs, if that can occur. And also the lines along which this occurs, where we center the displaced not as simply consumers, but also as productive members of these technologies, as productive members of these programs. They're not simply at the receiving end and therefore becoming dispossessed of their data and dispossessed of their rights all in one go. And so enfranchisement would have to occur along more in egalitarian lines, but again, barrier-free meaning they need to be context specific. There needs to be ensuring that these are culturally and there are no cultural barriers, linguistic barriers, and understanding how in consenting to the interface at hand, what is being lost and how this could be used for you to determine your status, to determine your admissibility. So radical inclusion and radical transparency, because I feel that once we do include displaced persons and communities in this way, it will really change the levels of engagement and arguably change the programs that are being deployed, on and about and against these communities. I hope that answered the question.
Yeah, there's this idea of thick humanitarianism that I think comes from what you're saying, where we go back to the idea of context, and that role of context was so powerful, I think, in all of our speakers. So everyone, wherever you are, finger snaps, a little virtual love, a spirit of energy to our speakers, William Barillo, Catriona Gray, Julia D'Agostini, and Michal Ahmed. There were some amazing questions which came through, I think, all speaking to this question of context. One which was for William, especially now that we've just been speaking about asylum and refugee creation, around censorship in the situation in Palestine earlier in May. Then thinking again about the abyssal line and this kind of positivistic epistemology that seemed to appear. And if there's a way that to bring that, if that's something to be brought into question. And again, if there was a kind of immersion of digital realms that are being thought of, and I think you all have so many other questions, so it'll be great to pick that up offline. Please contact our speakers. Thank you so much. I think the role of the decolonial is something that we are still grappling with so much. And I think this session has really opened our minds in many, many different ways. So thank you again, all our speakers. And Nikita, I think I'm handing back to you.
So we still have, if I'm not mistaken, we still have 20 minutes.
Do we? Okay, I thought we had our time was off and over, and okay, then we can actually have a longer conversation if that's the case. Will, I don't know if you are there. There is a question which came from the audience, and we can maybe dig into it. I'll read it out loud. Do you think that the government agencies had a hand in dictating the narrative and censorship of Palestine situation in May this year? And maybe we can just pick up the question of censorship just more broadly to any of our speakers as well. But maybe, William, we can kick off with you. And actually, any thoughts you have from what you've heard from the other speakers would also be great.
Yeah, so regarding that particular case, so we've got some documents, internal documents that have been leaked, and it's been in the news. So there was internet conversations within Facebook about, like, whereas there was actually like undue censorship of people during the protests and so on. And I mean, these are like ongoing conversation on social media, because these are. There were cases where, for example, with the Sikh criticism of the Indian government in 2020, there was actual censorship, moderation from Facebook, and lots of the different cases. So yeah, it raises like lots of questions about like who controls freedom of speech, what are the criteria, where do we draw the lines, and so on and so on. But at the end of the day, it was also fascinating to see like activists finding creative ways of bypassing censor, like potential or real censorship. You know, like changing the typography, and like altering images, editing images, so the word like don't not detected by like recognition algorithms or moderators. So yeah.
You're on mute.
Apologies, I made the mistake that I should not have. For Catriona, let's pick up on the question from Charles. who wrote, "The abyssal line is both really fine-grained and fruitful, but it seems to apply to a positivistic epistemology that has been dramatically called into questions in dozens of ways for decades." I don't know how you'd respond to Charles.
Yeah, but it hadn't occurred to me that that there might be a sort of lingering positivism in this. It maybe was the very kind of speedy way that I had to go over this. So yeah, I mean, the abyssal line, it's not a literal like kind of physical line, although obviously from the 15th century onwards, you did have these kind of more global lines separating like the metropole from colonies. But the idea is that it then it pervades Western thinking, and yeah, it has a number of different dimensions. So the two that Santos focuses on are law and knowledge. So on the kind of this side, or the metropolitan side of the abyssal line, or the human side as opposed to the subhuman side, that's where you have the kind of monopoly on valid knowledge and the scientific reason. Everything else on the other side is sort of vanished as irrelevant. And it is really underpinned by this sort of, he calls it a non-dialectical absence. So it's not even, it sort of exhausts relevant reality. You don't even acknowledge, or it's completely vanished as irrelevant on the other side. So that's where everything, indigenous knowledges, like ways of thinking and being that don't fit with the kind of true false paradigm of Western scientific thinking, Enlightenment thinking. And in the legal sort of plane, there's a kind of visible dichotomy between the legal and the illegal on this side of, or the sort of metropolitan side of the abyss. Whereas the sort of non-legal and everything else that doesn't fit with that is kind of vanished on the other side. So it operates across like a lot of different dimensions, but yeah, it's founded on this sort of radical exclusion, which produces those who are on the other side of the line as subhuman, and the kind of state of nature as opposed to civil society. So this is his argument is really this, like it's foundational to Western thinking. It's not unchanging, it shifts. And there's this process of the sort of, I talked about the return of the colonial and the return of the colonized, whereby we have this kind of encroachment of the like colonial side of the abyss back into the metropolitan side. And that this is my argument is really that in response to this, or as a kind of double movement, we're seeing the proliferation of a lot of governmental or public policy, public sector decision systems as a way of coping with this without ever actually having to render visible or acknowledge these tensions that exist, and that there is this kind of subhuman and dehumanizing illiberal kind of treatment. So it's kind of a way of responding to that without ever actually having to, without the contradictions with Western liberal democracies that this sort of presents, ever really having to be acknowledged. I don't know if that offers more elaboration.
For our collective learning, William, I wonder if I can bring you into this conversation. You introduced the concept of meta-colonialism, and it was one of the things I really enjoyed from your paper to learn that. And Catriona, you are talking about the abyssal line. Of course, we are reading other work, Quayano, of decoloniality and other areas. Could you, I don't know, between the two of you, maybe connect all of these concepts to each other, or how you see the particular theory you are using in relation? So maybe, William, I can kick off with you. How do you see metacolonialism in relation to the abyssal line? If that was something I learned from reading Catriona's work. And then maybe I can ask you, Catriona, to come back and then just feed off William, just to add to our learning a little bit.
Yeah, so Bulhan's concept of metacolonialism comes from a very simple premise that back in the day, centuries ago, we could make a clear difference between the colonized and the colonizer. However, with metacolonialism, as the name suggests, the borders are completely blurry, meaning that someone who's been at the receiving end of oppression can in turn inflict oppression as well. And I think that's the scary thing, because there's no binaries anymore. It's not like black and white, and literally like everything becomes possible. Something we can see like how social movements can be co-opted and appropriated to further like opposite agendas, or just being appropriated through like capitalism. How do we appropriate, let's say, Black Lives Matter to make money out of it, and so on and so on? Companies, corporate social responsibility, ticking the boxes. Oh, okay, activists, like they do this, so maybe let's put this in like on a website to appear good. So it's it's like very murky waters, just to say.
Yeah, and that's, I think, what's challenging, is that the metacolonial idea makes the image of the line very difficult to engage with. So I wanted to bring you back again, Catriona, just to pick up on the relation to metacolonialism, and then we can go back to Julia and Michal.
Yeah, so I'm not sure. I think there's maybe some areas where these kind of concepts accord and maybe overlap. I'm not sure that Santos directly deals with the same sort of phenomena, or like this idea of I guess like struggles being kind of flipped back and, if I'm understanding it correctly, used against groups of marginalized people, or kind of misappropriated and mirrored back in different ways, if that's maybe what's going on there. But he certainly he acknowledges that this sort of neat divide between like the old world and the kind of colonial societies and metropolitan societies, this sort of neat line is definitely over, and that this is having to be redrawn at close range. So it's essentially what he's talking about is the need to kind of guarantee security in the metropolitan societies. And that's where this stuff about the kind of return of indirect rule and like new forms of governance come in. I'm not sure if there's really like if metacolonialism and where this kind of, where the abyssal line would how that complicates it, or whether that in fact like perhaps challenges it even, because I haven't read the original work that William is engaging with though, but yeah, it's certainly something that maybe is worth picking up.
Yeah, I think for all of us, we'll be going afterwards just to go and read and bring these into conversation. Julia, Michal, you two, I think, spoke very closely again, both about the idea of radical inclusion, and you had very specific examples of both refugees and the border, and then people in Brazil, the daily lives of people, indigenous people, LGBT communities. I wondered if you could just pick up a little bit more towards the kind of recommendations, Julia, that you spoke about at the end, but you didn't actually have time to go into those kinds of appeals, multi-stakeholders, balancing asymmetry. And if you could just, unpack a little bit more for us beyond the heading, so that we can leave with some of those concrete tools of decolonial thinking that we can put into our own practice. Muted still.
I'm sorry, it's been over a year and I'm still doing this. But yeah, of course, thank you. I think my suggestions are actually simple suggestions to a complex problem, because they're not I'm not trying to solve the problem. I'm trying to move forward in a way that we can have more information and more participation in order to actually maybe someday try to have better answers. But the recommendations I made are about mandatory transparency reports. So many platforms already have been publishing transparency reports, but in Brazil, that is not standardized. So I think we need to think about a common ground that we should work on. So platforms should communicate what means and criteria are applied in detection and evaluation of content, and what it means to be and inappropriate content. What influences the determination of the measures taken whenever multiple measures are appropriate, how many contents have been removed or made inaccessible, and how many received an appealing, how many of those appeals actually turned out to change the decision of the platform. So I think we need more data about what's going on, because the case that I mentioned about Indigenous people was the case that got the media. What about the cases that don't? I mean, the Minister of Culture in Brazil sat down with employees of Facebook, and they actually had a meeting to talk about this specific case. But we're talking about a case that really got this attention, and we're not talking about cases that happen every single day with so many different cultures, and that people don't have access to appealing or to understanding how their content are being evaluated or removal. So I also talked a little bit about appeals policy. So platforms should invest in the development of a clear due process that allows users to challenge the decisions made by content moderation automated systems. And I argue that there should be humans involved in that appealing process and not just automated decisions all over again. I also talked a little bit about a multi-stakeholder approach. So I believe that the discussion of content moderation standards should be made considering the participation of the public sector, digital platforms, academia, the civil society, and allowing more participation and a diverse set of interests would lead to a common ground as to what an ideal scenario of content moderation policies should actually look like. And as I was thinking about the question made for William, and we're talking here about colonialism, and I think that my paper really focuses on platforms, but yes, we should think about how oppression occurs on these platforms that is actually that has some sort of incentive from governments as well. So we're talking about oppression from many scenarios and backgrounds, and I think that my suggestions are just the tip of the iceberg, but a way to move forward.
And I think one of the things the first thing you brought up around transparency, I think brings us an interesting question of practice. So when we want transparency in these difficult situations, exactly as you said, it forces us almost to ask the question of, we need more data to be able to support the communities. But Michelle, I wanted you to bring up, in the case you are dealing with, the government is not going to give us that information. We are not going to know that. So what are the tactics that we can use that may have appeared in your study, in your work, in your scholarship, when we can't get that data? And we need to empower the voice of refugees, of asylum seekers, center them as the question, that kind of radically inclusive way. I don't know if there is anything that has emerged, maybe the work of grassroots movements, and some wisdom from you.
Thank you for that question. So it's a really important question, because there are some methodological limitations in relation to the more technical investigations, which are not limited to my own study, but are part of this broader limitation in relation to anything to do with surveillance, but especially immigration, migration, asylum seeking. I guess one of the most prominent examples is with reference to Molnar and Gill's report in 2018, which was one of the first reports, that really highlighted the use of predictive analytics in Canadian immigration systems. And in their study, they made 27 requests for access to information, all of which went unanswered. Yes. And so the methodological limitations then mostly concern both the opaque and securitized nature of immigration affairs. However, I will further this I will further push this to say that this results in another set of technical limitations of auditing opportunities, and of course, then the pitfalls of third-party audits themselves, where a researcher may be allowed to audit, but as a third-party auditor, you don't know where to locate the bias because of the kind of black box nature of, and also the disconnect between auditor, designer, and consumer clientele. And so this creates, a larger methodological concern in the field. However, how can we become, I guess, more data inclusive, or I think to kind of statelessness? I think in my field particularly, we would have to step away from non-binding forms of protections in terms of, is it international law? Is it state law? And because a community is displaced and they're not formally enfranchised, that becomes a medium for a whole host of, violations in terms of personal privacy and protections. So where there's some responsibility on both the host state and the provisionaries of these technologies to not have harm reduction as like an afterthought, but this should be centering the concerns, be it linguistic, culturally specific, context specific, and also transparency, where statelessness or temporary displacement is not the basis of extractivism. I find that this particular advent of being displaced really comes in to illustrate what Ruha Benjamin in 2019, in her work in 2019, said in relation to this different genres of humanities coming into play, where when it comes to recognition-based security, and the recognition-based safeguarding of your rights and your data and your digital or even physical footprint at this point, given biometric measurements that are at play for refugees and displaced persons. So I think we would have to begin there in allotting responsibility not simply to host nations that may be temporarily, engaging with refugees and asylum seekers, but also the provisionaries of these technologies, so that it is dual-ended in that, the vulnerability does not become the avenue of super exploitation, where there is, as we know, very little means of protections being afforded to these groups, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and I wish we could bring you and Julia more into conversation, because there is something really fundamental about the opacity of the systems, but also for everyone who spoke about rights, we have to then talk about, and Nikita will know more about this than me, about the capabilities to execute those rights. And the capabilities framework was something that I think we could bring much more in. Nikita, I'm going to steal 2 minutes more if I can for each of my panelists. I would love you to just give a 30-second answer to, in this case, this pandemic that we're living in the difficult questions you're all dealing with, what is the thing that's giving you hope right now? So Michelle, maybe I'll start with you. What's giving you hope?
Well, I'm in line to adopt a kitten today, so that's what's giving me hope. A furry little companion, yes.
Kittens are the best answer to that question. Julia, what gives you hope?
Well, I just got my second dose of my COVID shot, so I guess that's giving me hope.
It's a wonderful source of hope. Catriona, where's Catriona's hope?
So I was actually just thinking.
We don't hear you.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah. So actually, I think engagement from students who I teach as a graduate teaching assistant on a couple of different courses. Hearing their ideas and how enriching and lively some of their ideas about AI and the social and political and ethical implications. These are kind of multidisciplinary across very different disciplines: computer scientists, engineers, social scientists. So seeing those productive conversations emerge gives me a lot of hope that we can collectively come up with a lot of better answers to this kind of stuff we're talking about.
And William, what's giving you hope right now?
It's having, I would say, loving, supporting and nurturing friends around me who, no matter what happens, no matter what you're going through, they'll be here and say, yeah, I'm here for you. As otherwise, yeah, I won't be here. Like, it's amazing.
Great. So our sources of hope today are kittens, vaccines, students, and friendships. Of course, all of you, an amazing panel, give us all sources of joy and hope for the kind of work of advancing the central role of intercultural ethics in all of our technological work. So I have stolen my extra 2 minutes. So back to Nikita, and everyone have a wonderful conference.
Thank you so much, Shakir. Thank you to everyone on this panel for a really great and rich conversation. So we're going to take a break for 15 minutes, that's 10 minutes. So if you come back at 1/4 the hour, wherever you are, and we'll move on to our second panel of the day. Thank you. Okay, so welcome back, everyone. And we are now going to move on to our second panel of the day, Beyond Autonomy, Beyond Harm. And this panel will be chaired by Professor Shannon Valor of the University of Edinburgh. I'm going to briefly introduce Shannon before handing the floor over to her and our great panelists. So Professor Valor is Professor of Philosophy and Chair in the Ethics of Data and AI at the University of Edinburgh, where she directs the Centre for Techno-Moral Futures. Her research explores the philosophy and ethics of emerging science and technologies, with a current focus on the impact of AI and automation on human character. So with that, I'm going to hand over to you, Shannon. Please, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Nikita, and welcome everyone, and really excited to lead this conversation. So we have 5 great papers to talk about today. So I'm going to move right to our first. After each presentation, which ideally will be no more than 10 minutes each, we'll have a few minutes of commentary and discussion that I'll kick off with some questions to the speakers based on sort of some thoughts I had reading their papers. And then at the end, we'll have some time for Q&A with the audience. So let's begin with the paper that will be presented today by Matthew Dennis. Matthew is a research fellow in the ethics of socially disruptive technologies, known as ESDIT. He specializes in the ethics of digital well-being and how technology can increase human flourishing. He's based at the Philosophy and Ethics Capacity Group at TU Eindhoven in the Netherlands. His co-author is Elena Ziliadi. Elena is an assistant professor of ethics and political philosophy at TU Delft. Elena works on Western political philosophy and Confucianism and is co-coordinator of the Society Research Line Group of ESDIC. And their paper is called Living Well Together Online, Digital Wellbeing from a Confucian Perspective. Take it away, Matthew.
Hi, everyone. I've just shared my screen. Thank you for the introduction, Shannon, and thank you to Nikita and Larissa for organising this amazing event. I've really enjoyed it so far. So let me just do this. Okay, I'm assuming everyone can see that. Okay, so the paper is called Living Well Together Online, Digital Wellbeing from a Confucian Perspective. And really the motivation for this paper came out of, something that was reflected quite well by something Charles said this morning when he was talking about the ways in which we can design technology to surmount various challenges, ethical challenges to human flourishing, particularly social media technologies. And that's what I'm going to talk about today. Relating this to digital well-being. Okay, so very simple start to the paper with some very uncontroversial claims, which are going to get increasingly more controversial potentially, or more distinctive. So the first claim is social connectedness is a necessary dimension of human flourishing. And this is one sort of principle which is very widely shared amongst many different ethical and religious traditions. And I've just added to that it's also an integral aspect of digital well-being. So social connectedness is going to be important in some way. Nevertheless, social media technologies can be inimical to digital well-being of some users. Now, maybe this is a bit more, maybe some of you are thinking, oh, goodness me, no. There has been some recent work coming out of Oxford Internet Institute that has been putting a bit of pressure on this premise, but I think it's fairly uncontroversial that so some degree of social media use, excessive use often, or too much screen time can be inimical to digital well-being in some way. Okay, and this is really where the paper starts to become, or the claims start to become more distinctive, and this is what I'm going to focus on today. And this is the reason that social media technologies can be inimical, is because social media technologies are designed in a way that are highly individualistic. And this individualistic sort of aspect of them is the problem that I'm looking to, that we're looking to address in the paper. So again, the fourth one, the final claim, but probably the most distinctive, is that Confucianism can inspire a new approach to digital well-being, one that is better, has a better understanding of how social connections relate to human flourishing. Okay, so hopefully by the end of the paper, we'll get to stage 4, and yeah, hopefully we'll get some good questions at the end. Okay, so I'm going to talk about some of the problems of an individualized approach to digital well-being, and then I'm going to look at some of Confucian insights into social connectedness, and they're kind of Confucian inspired, so they're loosely based on the Confucian tradition, but they are importantly grounded in it, I think, and they're quite distinctive of this tradition rather than other ethical traditions. And then I'm going to try and give some very general pointers to how these insights could be applied to the designing of social media technologies so they're more compatible with digital well-being specifically. Okay, so what are the problems? Okay, well, the first problem, and this is again very general, is this unstructured social connection that social media technologies have. So if we think about Facebook, we think about how it's very easy to create friends on the network, and yet it's very unstructured, and this is part of the kind of the way in which it's promoted to us, that you can connect up with anybody else who has an account. So it's very easy for me to connect up with Mark Zuckerberg. Wouldn't want to do that at the moment. Just as easy as it would be to connect with Eleanor, my co-author of this paper, or something like that. So there is this real lack of social structure when you think about these connections, and that's how Facebook has been sold to us, as well as every other social media technology. It's all about being able to connect to anybody else who's participating in the account. And of course, there are some attractive sides to that. Okay, problem 2. Neglecting the contextual conditions that facilitate social connection. So when we're having a face-to-face interaction with somebody, of course, there are many different bodily and non-linguistic cues that are given to indicate exactly how we're going to connect and the sorts of things, how we communicate with one another. Now, this is all stripped away with particularly communicating on social media, in a way that can be very context-less. So this is the second problem. Okay, now the third problem is perhaps the most important, and yet it's the hardest to describe, especially trying to find an image for it on the slide. So it's what we're calling the paradox of creating social connection using strong individual identity. Now, in the paper, we look at certain pro-ANA sites, sites which promote uses of social media technologies such as Instagram that promote anorexic or other eating disorders. Now, just to give you a quick idea of what this problem is, it's really about the paradox of the stronger your individual identity is on, let's say, Instagram, the more you display your capacity to diet or adopt self-harming behaviors, the more likes, the more followers, the more attention you get. So in some ways, social connection, obviously important, but that's really based on a strong sense of individual identity. And the stronger that sense of individual identity is, the stronger the more fans and followers one gets. That's fine, but when the individual identity behaviors which relate to this individual identity are destructive or somehow problematic, that can create this paradox that you can only create an account which has more fans and followers when you're engaging in ever more extreme, different expressions of your individual identity. Okay, so what might be 3 Confucian-inspired insights here, and note the brackets, they're inspired, into social connectedness, and how might they be able to help us design technology in new ways? Okay, so insight really is this rather famous diagram that some of you may well have seen before. And it's the Confucian notion of self-cultivation and how we form social connections in an ideal way, the best way to form them. So as you can see, you start on the central sort of circle with the self, and a certain kind of self-relation is established. And that really takes place in the context of family. And through exploring and developing those social connections with your family members, then you can expand that to your community, to your country, and then if you are a Confucian sage, then to the whole world. You have this sense of the cosmos and your relationship to it. But the important thing here is it's very different to the Facebook model of being able to connect up with anybody immediately. you start small and you have this internested approach, what we call a graded theory of how humans develop, where you start caring for yourself and your family, and then you extend that out to people in your community. So design recommendation that you might want to think about if you were designing a new type of social media technology, you might want to think about qualitative distinctions between connections. Now, of course, some of you might be thinking that Google had an attempt at doing this with Google Circles. And I think it is important to draw attention to best practice, as well as the many times when social media companies have got it completely wrong. And that was, maybe it's significant that it didn't take off, and it wasn't something that really, it's not around anymore, they had to scrap it. Okay, insight 2. Insight 2 is about rituals, and this is something that's very distinctive in the Confucian tradition, and in the paper we go into some of the kinds of maybe uncomfortable connotations or sort of rather traditional in the pejorative sense, connotations this word can come with. And yet, when you look at the Confucian tradition and the secondary literature on it particularly, it's very helpful. You quite quickly see that these rituals are quite different to how maybe they appear at first glance. So they are non-deliberative communicative practices which allow personal connections to develop. And of course, the problem with social media, or communicating and really grounding our social relationships on these sorts of platforms, is that it strips away these kinds of non-deliberative communicative practices, and we're just replaced with this very schematic connection. So taking this to a design recommendation, it's really maybe not such a sort of step outside the box, but to create digital environments in which users communicate with each other through multiple sensory channels. Now, of course, you can talk about, and there's been some really good work done on emojicons and the way in which, tech companies have really tried to introduce emotion and a more sort of multi-sensory sort of environment for people to interact and communicate, to try and replicate some of these things. But I think through the Confucian notion of rituals, there were some really interesting things that you can do there. And again, you'll have to read the paper if you want to see exactly how we think that can be done. Okay, so the final one, the final insight, and this is the idea that social, as I explained before, the idea that social connections on social media are really driven, the engine for them is strong expressions of individual identity. Now, of course, social connections are important, and again in the paper we look at the METUX model, and we look, which is a very influential notion of digital well-being from HTI, and we look and compare how these notions are overly general, and what's attractive about the Confucian tradition is it gives you a very fine-grained and nuanced account of the sorts of social relationships that are important. And as we can see on the slide, well-being and care is really at the center of that. So the design recommendation that we're taking, we explore in the paper, is the idea that social connections should be based on commonalities rather than the expression of individual differences. So the more that we find in common with people in our circles, those relationships should grow and develop, and social media should provide design ideas to help that take place, and maybe even mitigate some of the existing kinds of precedents to do with strong expressions of individual identity, even if they're expressions of something that's quite self-destructive. And there are so many examples of this. And trying to make those into, trying to convert those into likes, fans or followers. Okay, so just to go over what we've done, we've identified 3 problems in how today's social media technology is designed for digital well-being. I think it's fair to say they're all about individuation. And then we've looked at 3 Confucian-inspired insights to improve the design of tomorrow's social media technologies. Okay, thank you.
Fantastic, thanks, Matthew. That paper has so many important claims to dive into and so many rich insights to offer. I really appreciated your point in the paper, really sort of at the very start of the paper, pointing out that the responsibilization of individuals for digital well-being is a failed model. And so your paper addresses a really urgent question: how do we reform this? And you and Elena have offered a compelling account of the Confucian focus on moral self-cultivation as a relational and an environmental process shaped by those around us. I was very persuaded by the idea in your paper that while we would call, or probably should think of the what we might call the thick rituals of Confucian ethics as too culturally specific to be remedies for our digital social ills in a global pluralistic society, that they indicate an underlying structure of communication that's necessary for social well-being. And so the question you're asking is, how do we understand that underlying structure, that thin description of social rituals that can enhance our digital relationships? And that seems broadly like the question that we do need to be asking. You mention in the paper VR and Facebook's purchase of Oculus as promising indicators for bringing more embodied and haptic modes of ritual and social presence into digital environments. And you seem to be suggesting in the paper that replicating more modes of physical communication through virtual reality might be a key to restoring this rich structure of ritual in our social relations. So I found myself asking as I was reading, what's your response to the broadly negative reaction to Facebook's meta announcement and promotional videos this week? When people claim that they don't want to live in virtual worlds or work in virtual worlds through immersive headsets, should we believe them? Is it just Facebook that's the problem here, or is there a broader issue with this question of whether virtual reality is a way to richer social presence? Many people have pointed out that the metaverse, as originally conceived by Neil Stephenson in Snow Crash, is in that book part of a dystopian society corrupted by corporate power, in which people have been forced to give up on having any chance of living good lives in the physical world. So is the goal of bringing embodied presence into digital worlds giving up the fight for physical communities? What do you think?
Yeah, thank you so much. Absolutely. I think maybe that it was supposed to be something of a throwaway comment about restoring the haptic through VR technology, and certainly the paper was written before this whole move that Facebook made with the Meta rebranding and the way in which they see their future direction of the company. So I'm not really quite sure how to respond insofar as I think there is great concern and an identification of this as highly dystopian and something that really would not be very pleasant. And it's very hard to see in whose interests it would be. So I think there is this movement to think about, and you could even think about this in a ritualistic context, to think about how you log on and log off, and the time that you spent the digital detox or the day off or the Sunday digital sabbatical or all of this stuff. And that's really important. But I think what we're doing at the moment is building a world, even before the idea that you have VR goggles on, where you can't really do anything in a meaningful sense without being online in some way, shape or form. Now, I think unfortunately, Facebook has actually gone in absolutely the wrong direction. They've thought more immersive, like say we can put the headset on, where I think technology should be designed in ways that's far less immersive. And I'm also working on a paper which brings into bear some of the work in disability studies, looking at people who don't have sight. So then you think about the way in which technology has to be designed to accommodate these users. And then we think about problems of digital well-being relating to screen time. And maybe we have something to learn about blind users of technology who aren't able to stare at the screen all the time and yet need access to the sorts of online services that these technology companies provide. So I think the way, for me, it's not, and maybe it is a bit too strongly written in the paper with the VR and the haptic connection. For me, it's definitely a kind of stripped down, a sort of moment of parsimony with our digital engagement with the world, where we're just finding what's absolutely essential and taking the benefits of it. The idea of sticking on the Oculus headset and somehow being immersed in Mark Zuckerberg's dystopian landscape is just as horrifying to me as I think most people on this call. So yeah, thank you.
Great, thanks, Matthew. I have a number of other comments and questions for you, but I'm going to hold those until the end after we see how much time we have left for the broader discussion, and maybe that will allow us to bring in some conversation among the panelists. So we'll come back to your paper, I think, and some of the other insights that you've drawn there. In the meantime, let's move on to our second presentation from Bryce Goodman. Bryce is a doctoral candidate based out of the Uhiro Center for Practical Ethics and the Institute for Ethics and AI at the University of Oxford. And Bryce's talk is titled Privacy Without Persons, a Buddhist Critique of Surveillance Capitalism. Bryce, come on, and we'd love to hear your presentation.
Thanks. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, hear you perfect.
Okay. Yeah, great. Thanks so much. I don't have a slide presentation, and give me 1 second. I want to start a timer to make sure that I abide by the timing rules. I don't have a slide presentation, so instead what I thought I'd do is talk a little bit about my motivations behind the paper, and then kind of give like a quick summary, with the caveat that I think the paper tries to do probably too many things. So my summary will by necessity cut that down. So I originally read about surveillance capitalism a few years ago when Zuboff published her first sort of article. And one of the critiques that I read about her characterization, which on the whole I thought was really interesting and novel, was that she tends to focus entirely on surveillance as the cause of ills, while ignoring the fact that capitalism itself is oftentimes driving many of the phenomena that she's concerned about, right? So, for example, we look at Facebook today. Why does Facebook do the things that it does? It does them because it has a profit model that's based on engagement. Now, the fact that it has that profit model, could it have a subscription-based service? Absolutely. Would it be as valuable a company? Absolutely not. And so, to me, that kind of revealed this missed discourse around what I found really problematic. And then the other side is I'm a lay Buddhist practitioner, and I've always thought that two things. One, that privacy is this really messy concept that we've never, from a legal point of view, been able to totally figure out. I did a lot of work in genetic biobanks, and you look at what's going on there, and it's totally ambiguous. Whether information that's been de-identified should be treated in a different way from anonymized data, and it's a mess. And the GDPR, has amplified that. So there are real practical reasons why we might be interested in investigating this sort of latent notion of privacy that we have. And then the other side is when I look at the world today, and I look at what I find problematic about surveillance capitalism, it's not the collection, or it's not merely the collection of personal data. It's the way in which that data is used to advertise things to us that we don't necessarily want and don't necessarily need, and indeed plays into this larger kind of ill characterized by late-stage capitalism and consumerism. So with that as my sort of motivation, the paper itself, I'll start off by reading the concluding paragraph, or penultimate paragraph, which says, from Buddhist perspective, the ills of surveillance capitalism have less to do with surveillance than they do with capitalism. Privacy can even be a distraction. Attachment to online personas is both an extension and reinforcement of the reflexive reification of the self that Buddhist practice seeks to reverse. In addition, companies are now developing techniques that allow for targeted advertising without the collection of data. But those companies are still sustaining an economic system premised upon insatiable consumer demand. Within the paradigm of consumerism, dissatisfaction is not a bug, but a feature. So working backwards, so Buddhism begins from this premise of being concerned with dukkha, which can be translated as suffering or dissatisfaction. And from Buddhist perspective, the origin of dukkha consists in really three things. It consists in ignorance about the way things really are, and it consists in insatiable craving and aversion. And ignorance really comes down to the idea that we reify phenomena. We reify, in particular, the idea of the self. We take ourselves as having a permanent, independent existence with a particular essential nature. And Buddhists, a lot of Buddhist philosophy is arguing against that. Within the Buddhist framework, the self is much more metaphorical. There's this great argument given by Nagasena about how a chariot is neither the parts of the chariot nor is it all of the parts together. It's instead a convenient designator for this group, this bundle of phenomena. And that really is a view of the self within Buddhism. And of course, I'm like, there are all sorts of distinctions within different schools of Buddhism, but that central concept, right, that our attachment to this self is this source of ignorance, but also is this source of craving, right? Because, it's only by believing that we have a self that we can engage in, believing that pain is not merely pain, but it's our pain, right? And that and this sort of endless desiring. So what is when you take that kind of view, right, which gives a pretty shaky metaphysical foundation for privacy, to me, what that also says is that if we look at privacy and we look at really the history of where privacy comes from, it doesn't have solid roots within the liberal philosophical tradition. I mean, Mill doesn't write about privacy, Locke doesn't write about privacy, Kant doesn't write about privacy. It does have a very solid, genealogical tie with the Judeo-Christian religion, in particular, Adam and Eve, and the story of, as soon as they eat from the tree of knowledge, they want to hide themselves. And there's nothing wrong with that, of course, but that to me suggests that there's a certain cultural relativity that I don't think is fully recognized in our discourse around privacy. And that really comes out when you read things like the European Union's GDPR, General Data Protection Regulation, which is important because it's probably the largest and most influential single piece of privacy legislation. And when you go back and you read some of the writing that was published, the sort of like philosophical scaffolding, if you will, you see this obsession with dignity, human dignity. And I think dignity is one of those words we just always need to be cautious of, because like privacy, it's this kind of container into which we smuggle a lot of cultural biases. And in particular, within the GDPR, dignity is tied to the idea that humans, as humans, have certain essential characteristics that make us who we are. And those characteristics and information about those characteristics therefore requires special protections. And I think from a Buddhist point of view, it would question that, right? I mean, because of course, from the get-go, we're saying that persons are essentially metaphorical. They don't have this independent existence. But I think the definition of privacy that you land on is really similar to what Martha Nussbaum's put forward with this contextual integrity, right? Which is, I think, like simply put, privacy always depends on context. There is no presumption in favor of withholding information versus sharing information. It's always contextual, which sounds like kind of a cop-out definition, but I think is the only way to make sense of privacy in the way we use it. So lastly, coming back to the surveillance capitalism side of things, my main concern is that there are technological solutions to maintaining privacy, whether it's homomorphic encryption or now, on your iPhone, data is going to be stored there. And from Apple's point of view, that means that your data is private. But that doesn't mean that the amount of targeting, advertising targeting is going to in any way lessen. And so if, like me, you think that what ultimately matters isn't just that my information exists on some server somewhere that, frankly, nobody's probably ever going to look at, but as the fact that we are systematically shaping our society to endlessly crave and therefore endlessly consume, which has a detrimental impact both on the earth, but also psychologically, then privacy is maybe not the right thing to be chasing. Thanks.
Thanks, Bryce. That's great, and thanks for keeping also under time, because we have now a little bit more time to chat. So. Yeah, I mean, I really like your suggestion that, some of the discourses about privacy that have come out, for example, the work of Helen Nissenbaum on contextual integrity might be aligned with
sorry,
other.
I said Martha Nissenbaum, Helen Nissenbaum.
Oh, right. But we knew what you meant. But the idea that contextual integrity, and she's not making any references to kind of a Buddhist conception of the self or anything like that, but that nevertheless that these ways of understanding privacy might not just be able to resonate with a broader set of cultural viewpoints, but also just more objectively correct about why privacy matters and what it constitutes. But so one thing I wanted to ask you about is this. one pair of concepts that has become really central in tech ethics conversations is the relationship between justice and power. And when you reanalyze the harms of surveillance capitalism in Buddhist terms of the harmful cultivation of desire, which perpetuates dukkha or suffering, I really appreciated that this lens reveals something about the shape of our digitally mediated lives that the focus on data privacy rights often misses. But I also wondered, and you might anticipate this question, what Buddhist ethics would have to say if the ultimate ends of surveillance capitalism were not, in fact, the cultivation of desire, but the consolidation of power and control? Because it's not clear that amplifying and steering our desires is the end in itself for platform companies. That end serves further ends. So if I'm a Buddhist, I don't have an interest on your account in protecting personal information about my enduring stable self, because there is no such thing. Though I do have a legitimate interest in not being trapped in a cycle of desire and suffering perpetuated by, let's say, targeted advertising. But what is my interest if I'm adopting a sort of Buddhist understanding of the self, what is my interest in not being under the power of another, for example, a powerful government or corporation that uses digital surveillance to gain more and more control over my circumstances and a growing ability to make decisions about me and my life without my consent or ability to contest them? It's very clear why we could see those as a problem from a kind of Western European autonomy obsessed kind of point of view. But I wonder in what sense these kinds of ends can be resisted within the Buddhist perspective.
Yeah, it's a great question. So again, with the caveat that I am not a Buddhist scholar, I just have an interest in Buddhist philosophy. Yeah, somebody will correct me and say that I'm totally wrong. But in my reading of Buddhist philosophy, there isn't much political philosophy here. That's just not primarily, and there are people that will vehemently disagree with that, including Uma Thurman's father, but that's just not a central concern. And you see that within especially the Theravadan tradition in Thailand, which essentially says, go off into a cave and meditate. And that's how you will, become an arahat. There's more social concern within the Mahayana tradition. So that's what the Tibetan kind of Buddhist tradition. But, I think that that's a really good point. And that's kind of an oversight that we see within, frankly, I'm not sure how well certain Buddhist ideas scale when it comes to social governing. You only need to look at what's happening with the persecution of the Rohingya, for example, to see that, Buddhist, Cambodia and Myanmar and a lot of these Buddhist societies have had these, fundamental breakdowns. So I don't know that Buddhism, at least on its surface, presents a really compelling answer to that question. I would though say that I don't know that it's power per se that companies are interested in. To me, it seems to be, it's just profit. It's money, which I understand equates into power, of course, given the political system we have, et cetera. But I think that companies, as soon as there is no, Apple's willing to let you have all the privacy you want because it's not profitable to them, at least right now, to exploit your privacy. So I'm not. To me, it just always comes back to that. What's the incentive?
Great, thanks, Bryce. And and of course, as you point out, people have quite different interpretations of Buddhist ethics and the extent to which the political is a presence there. But I think one of the things that your comment points out is that we have to avoid the danger in these kinds of conversations of romanticizing moral and political and religious traditions and cultural traditions that are outside of the Western European frame, and imagining that they are somehow going to be complete or are going to address our contemporary concerns in every way that we might need them to, right? And pluralism, really, the recognition that there are no complete perspectives in any part of the world. So I appreciate your honesty.
One last thought on, Slavoj Žižek has a fantastic critique of Buddhism where he, from his point of view, Buddhism is the perfect, accompaniment to late stage capitalism because, it's all, you can be totally self-obsessed. And, he points to the fact that D.T. Suzuki, who brought Zen Buddhism from Japan to the US, like justified Japanese, massacres in China under a Buddhist sort of doctrine. So anyway, a lot of other things to be said, but yes, I agree. You have to be careful of fetishizing the other, of course.
Fantastic. Thank you, Bryce, so much. And now we'll go on to our third speaker, Maximilian Gartner. Maximilian is a PhD researcher at the Alma Mater Research Center for Human-Centered Artificial Intelligence at the University of Bologna and the Center for IT and IP Law at KU Leuven. And Maximilian's talk is titled Intercultural Differences in Autonomy Perception and Technological Persuasion Envelopes. Welcome, Maximilian. Looking forward to
Thanks so much. Thanks so much, Shannon. Okay, let's jump right in. Most of us, I believe, conceive ourselves as some sort of autonomous entity. And whether that is an explicit thought that we have about ourselves or we have an intuition, we do have some sort of feeling about what our capacities are that do make us autonomous. Now, the question is that something that will apply or can be abstracted upon everyone in every world, irrespective of their cultural embedding? Or is that something that might be more unique to individuals or to cohorts or to cultural spheres? And I would imagine that most people would fall more on the latter than on the former. So let me just make sure I can switch the slides. Yes, so when we talk about autonomy generally, what we talk about is generally inspired or embedded in kind of like a Western-centric framework that comes from the historical foundations of how we understand autonomy, that goes to maybe the modern, more formalistic concepts of autonomy, the critiques of that model, and then the derivative analysis of autonomy when it comes to the intersection of other issues of concern, such as the intersection of autonomy and technology, for example. And the problem with that I would pose is that it is somewhat myopic. So it risks relevance, because if we assume one account of autonomy and then try to transpose it into a cultural sphere in which it was not conceived, it could be that differences within that cultural sphere make it less relevant. And relevance is ultimately one of the useful tools that we have to grade autonomy research on. So of course, there's academic novelty, but more practically, autonomy research makes sense if it helps us understanding, preventing, and remediating autonomy harm. And then there's different ways we can talk about what autonomy harm is, right? And most of the maybe Western-centric conceptions of autonomy and autonomy harm take somewhat of an objective posture, right? Like it's an objective harm against the moral principle. It's an objective effect on an individual. But what I would pose here in this presentation is that it probably makes more sense pragmatically, if not intellectually, that we should take a subjective effective approach. So that means we define autonomy and harm to autonomy as an autonomy constraint which the individual that is affected perceives as harm or would perceive as harm if they would have sufficient information about the constraint that is imposed on them. So when we accept that, we accept that autonomy, or the account we're talking about, is self-referential, right? So an individual shapes the subjective scope of their autonomy and shapes what he considers or she considers constraints against their autonomy as an exercise of their own autonomy. And that pragmatic approach, that subjective approach, makes a lot of sense, because we don't have ground truth of what autonomy ought to be. It is all stipulative definition, but this kind of either individual or individual abstracted to a collective account of autonomy is used in when we deal with autonomy in other intersectional issues, such as safeguarding it through laws or deriving mental benefits because we feel autonomous, or if economic entities try to target a feeling of autonomy in order to gain a competitive advantage, such as maybe Apple does with improved privacy protection. And then in contrast, we have the notion that foreign concepts of autonomy introduced into certain cultural spheres might actually cause distress or cause incompatibilities, in that there's actually a perceived loss of autonomy that follows as a result. Now, all of this translates really well into the information sphere, right? Information technology is not ethically neutral, it's not autonomy neutral, because it is possible that based on an information technology interaction, individual may experience constraint to their autonomy over time. And that is especially salient with respect to intercultural contexts and domains, because information technology has a couple of really interesting characteristics that foster the reach of information transfer, most importantly of which is the immediacy of information transfer, the low barriers to impart information, especially with respect to cost, and the plurality of information recipients, right? So what then makes sense, if we take all of what we've already talked about, is that it seems at least perceivable that the cultural embedment and the cultural context of an individual and their interaction with an informational agent is affected by that very same cultural embedment. And in order to compare these in different cultural spheres, one has to develop like a common frame of reference. And here I would propose something that I call vector of influence, right? Like it's the compound phenomena characterizing a given interaction between an algorithmic agent. Basically, we're talking about the characteristics of the recipient, the characteristics of the sender of information, and the cultural and non-cultural context and embedding of that interaction. So that means that every cultural sphere, insofar it is different of other cultural spheres in some way, has a different vector of influence. So when we talk about culture, it might be worth talking about exactly what we mean. And it's, I think, worthwhile to develop a very wide posture here, right? We can call it the compound shared of learned characteristics of a group of individuals, including traits, norms, laws, values, patterns of behavior, and so on. And when we look at that, it makes a lot of sense that these cultural differences might produce different cultural and lived realities with different sets of contextual phenomena and contextual ways of living and interactions of living in which technology can attach differently. This is exactly what I mean when I talk about persuasion envelopes. It is the phenomena that are part of your life that are determined partly by your culture, in which persuasive technology or informational algorithms can attach to. And it's very intuitively satisfying to see that. Of course, this will change from cultural sphere to cultural sphere, right? How is the technology used? What is the prevalence of technology? What is the digital literacy within a sphere, within different cohorts of a sphere? But also, how is autonomy self-conceptualized on that level? So when comparing all of these different factors and all of these elements of the vectors of influence, it makes a lot of sense to focus, I believe, on two main factors. And the one thing is the time and speed of technology introduction into a cultural sphere. And the other thing is the kind of the characteristics of the culture itself. So the vulnerabilities and the resilience derived from the culture. So when we're talking about time, it is important to note that different cultural sphere may very well have different timelines when it comes to how technology is introduced, how it is emerging, how it is adopted, how it is evolving over time. And the second time is there's different time since the technology has been introduced. So for example, I might be exposed to technology since the infancy stages of the technology, and then I can renegotiate my relationship with the technology as time progresses, as the technology gets more and more sophisticated. But it might also be introduced at a very late stage in a very high level of sophistication. And then my opportunity to negotiate with a very effective algorithmic entity is probably reduced, right? And then on the other hand, we have the cultural factors. And here we can divide them roughly into shaping of environment and shaping of mind, right? So the most egregious example would be a cultural sphere in which the use of information technology devices is, for example, frowned upon. The populace of a certain cultural sphere does not use certain devices. It's very unlikely that their autonomy is going to be constrained by an algorithmic device, algorithmic process that is intermediated through the device they frown upon. But there might also be more intrinsic factors to it, right? Like different cultural spheres might have different levels of trust in technology. They perceive the usefulness of certain tools differently, so the acceptance might vary. But they also could just conceptualize their autonomy differently. If I conceptualize my autonomy in a way that certain parts of the self that other people would consider to be part of their autonomy, but for me it does not, then I cannot be subjectively constrained on that part in my autonomy, because it is not my autonomy that I shape by the exercise of my wider autonomy, so to speak. So all of this together, it becomes very clear that this is kind of like an ethical minefield when you're trying to deploy these persuasive technologies, and most technology is to some extent persuasive, right? And so autonomy is subject to these intercultural differences and interpersonal differences to scope, value, and utility. And the most important considerations I would pose is the effect and effectiveness. So we have an intuitive concern about highly effective technology already, right? So, for example, we can take the ban in many countries for subliminal advertising as a result of that. And it's very possible that different persuasive technology has different effectiveness in different cultural spheres at a given time. And then the second part of this is the effect the technology has, both subjectively on the affected individual, but also how the effect is characterized by the normative framework in the deploying cultural sphere, if these are different spheres. So the only way to, I think, reconcile this is to adopt the dual ethical limit for the deploying entity, which is to first adhere to applicable standards within the deployer's cultural sphere, but at the second time, try to respect the subjective culturally influenced scope and value of the target individual's autonomy. And both of these are important. If I disregard the first, that just means that I, as an employing entity, do not have to adhere to the rules that would apply in my own cultural sphere. So this is kind of like imperialism. There's an exploitation of maybe weaker developed autonomy concerns. Well, the other way we could consider it as a imperialism of ethics, so to speak, right? Like I introduce my value set onto other cultural spheres. Now, it is important to note that these two limits are not always going to be connecting very easily. So there's three different strategies that we can adopt to try to solve these conflicts, even though that's not always going to be possible. So one would be a coherence. So in case of conflicting economy accounts, we could adopt the autonomy account to give primacy to it, whoever is closer to what we consider the global common consensus on autonomy and self-determination, for example, as evidenced by international human rights law. Then the second version would be a hypothetical thought experiment, right? I transpose the individual that has different subjective autonomy concerns, and then put it into different cultural contexts. And then the last thing would be correction, which is where I assume, and I will keep this short because I see my time is lapsing quickly, is where you assume that an affected individual has some sort of mental block or some sort of mental constraint, and then hypothetically you try to correct for that mental constraint and then wonder if that individual would like to go back to its original scoping of autonomy. To conclude, interculturality, intersection with autonomy and technology is sparse in research so far, maybe too sparse. It creates real ethical challenges when deploying persuasive technologies that target different vulnerabilities and resiliences of cultures. And these conflicts and these choices do not always have a very clean solution. That concludes my presentation, and I look forward to the rest of the panel. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Maximilian. So I want to dive right into the claim that your paper is making about the different cultural and subjective attitudes towards autonomy and digital influences that we see. And you argue that we ought to adopt, for pragmatic reasons, an account of autonomy grounded in the subject's own perception of harm or injury to their autonomy. And you offer very compelling reasons to take that approach over a kind of objective standard account. And you also suggest that this particular kind of pragmatic approach will be more useful in kind of policy contexts and also in sort of design and development and deployment decision making. But one thing I wanted to ask you is how we ought to interpret these cultural perceptions when they only reflect back to us majority perspectives or perspectives of a dominant or centered group. For example, what do we do about contexts in which oppressed minorities are excluded from contributing to their own cultural milieu and its attitudes, at least as widely known? So, for example, all we can say about mainstream attitudes in China about digital state persuasion and autonomy, we can try to figure out what those perceptions in aggregate seem to cohere around. But by default, that's not going to tell us how the Uyghur population, for example, conceive of this. So Uyghur contributions to so-called Chinese cultural attitudes about digital influence are missing for reasons that are quite clear. So I'm wondering, how is it that cultural attitudes about autonomy and digital technology can be a reliable guide to policy in contexts like this? Towards the end of the paper, you suggested that a deploying entity might need to imagine what forms of digital influence individuals would freely accept if they were not affected by the mental constraints of their own cultural oppressive practices. And this seems epistemically quite perilous, right? How do we successfully imagine that? But it seems even harder when we're talking about individuals and groups who are rendered invisible and voiceless. So I just wanted to ask you, how significant an obstacle is this to adopting your approach, or do you think it can be overcome?
Yeah, I think that's a very, very good observation. So my response to this would first be, if we take the example that you've given, Shannon, is that if we talk about a specific minority within a different country or different culture sphere, we can already assume, I think, that maybe China, in this example, is not a homogeneous cultural sphere, but it is actually made up of different cultural spheres. So maybe the Uyghurs are their own cultural sphere. And what we see then here is not maybe a weakness of this approach, but maybe more the tension between the difference between a cultural sphere and a nation state. And of course, a cultural sphere by itself might not be able to enact legislation, while the nation state can. So this tyranny of the majority argument is very true, but it is more an issue of implementation, I think. So one could even say maybe that this interculturality approach, like transposing some sort of governance between cultural spheres, can actually happen within one country. It can even happen within that. Now, is that realistic? Probably not, right? If there's a strong incentive of the majority to suppress the minority, it may very well be that realistically, this means that this kind of safeguards and these kind of considerations of the suppressed minority does not happen. But that doesn't change the ethical imperatives that I think are intuitively quite apparent, right? So that would be my first part of the answer. And the second part of the answer is with respect to the implementation realistic, how realistic it is to do this approach. And I would agree that like 100% accuracy with respect to, okay, let's imagine a Uyghur, right? And maybe he's indoctrinated in some sort of re-education camp, and then take him out and put him into maybe a Western society or into mainstream Chinese society, and then assume, well, would he still would like to be subjected to these kind of maybe information autonomy constraints, right? And of course, you point out very well that like we will never know for sure what choices will he make, but that lack of detail in prognosis is probably not as important, because we will still be able to predict with a high probability the majority of his decisions, right? Like he will probably, once you calculate away his indoctrination, if there is one, he would probably prefer not to go back into indoctrination. And I think that is a pragmatic assumption that we can take just based on vague empirics of how humans work, right? So I would say that a lot of these maybe opacities can be solved pragmatically. But your point that there is no 100% epistemological certainty of what that person transposed into a different society is 100% correct. This is a possible solution strategy in a case of theory conflicts and value conflict that already is creating huge problems. And I think this is not the end-all solution. It's just one that might approximate more satisfying solutions more than others.
Fantastic. Thanks, Maximilian. That's a very thoughtful answer. Okay, so let's go to our fourth speaker, and hopefully we'll still have time to come back to some further questions. We've already got some questions from the audience, so I'm looking forward to that. So our fourth speaker is Mariana B. Ganapini. Mariana is an assistant professor of philosophy at Union College in New York. Her main areas of research are philosophy of mind, epistemology, and ethics of tech. She's also faculty director at the Montreal AI Ethics Institute and is currently collaborating with IBM Research on a project on AI and metacognition. She holds a PhD from Johns Hopkins University. And Mariana's talk is titled Beyond Harm, an ethical framework to tackle misinformation on social media. Welcome, Mariana.
Thank you. Thanks for having me here. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, so yes, the goal of the talk is to think about what kind of ethical framework we need when we look at social media content moderation. Because so far what we have is a sort of a dilemma, if you will. So in the United States, Section 230 of the Communication Decency Act allow great sort of freedom for social media platforms, as they are not liable for their content their users are generated. And as private companies, however, at the same time, they're also not subject to the First Amendment. So they can, in a sense, limit freedom of speech as they like. So I think it's an important question that we want to ask is, what is the right way for these companies to ensure freedom of expression, to make sure there is freedom of expression on their sites, while also addressing the problematic online content that is often found on those sites. So in other words, how should social media do content moderation? So the plan for today is just focusing on one type of problematic information, which is known as misinformation. So the spread of fake news or fake content online, which is pretty endemic right now, and people are very worried. So the question of the talk really is that what principles should guide
I'm afraid Mariana is frozen, at least on my screen, I'm assuming. Oh. Okay, you froze for a second, but you're back, I think. Hopefully.
Okay, so the view that you find out there mostly is that it's driven from this sort of principle that John Stuart Mill put forward, the harm principle, and basically it's the idea that you're permitted to sort of curb people's, even violate people's freedom of speech and freedom of expression when what they're doing is really causing harm. So in other words, now applying that to social media, the idea is that for them, for those platforms, it's permissible to, I don't know, delete posts that are spreading misinformation, even delete accounts that are spreading misinformation when the content, the kind of misinformation they're spreading is harmful. Now, my proposal is that this idea of harm is useful, but it needs to be clarified and expanded. So there are two ways in which misinformation could harm us. One is behavior, if you will, is through action. So what you have is things like people get misinformed about the effectiveness of vaccines, for instance, or the effectiveness of wearing masks, that lead them to refuse to getting vaccinated or to vaccinate their kids. And that leads to a harm for the rest of us, okay? So you have misinformation that changes people's attitudes, which changes their actions, which determines some kind of harm. That's behavioral harm. But you also can have a sort of epistemic harm that is kind of less obviously sort of found in the literature, but it's still very important, which is the idea that misinformation creates confusion, creates distrust, is polluting the epistemic environment. And so that's a kind of epistemic harm more than a behavioral harm. So although you find this idea a lot in the literature and a lot in like people talking about these issues, I think there are worries that we need to keep in mind when we link misinformation to harm. Let's take the case of the epistemic harm. So we say that misinformation creates epistemic confusion and distrust. I mean, that might be true, but who decides what disinformation is actually harmful in that sense? Should we let social media platforms decide which misinformation to delete and which to let it go? I mean, I think that is a problematic statement to make to begin with. So I think we should be worried when we make those kind of statements. The other issue that has to do with behavioral harm is also that it's true, it might be true that sometimes the misinformation that people see online is going to change what they do, it's going to make them do things that are harmful. But what is really the causal link between misinformation and harm? And do we always need to suppress this misinformation in order to avoid the harm? So what I'm sort of suggesting that there's a kind of deliberative process that we need to go through. and that many people go through. So many people think like this is the blue section. They think like, oh, misinformation about vaccine leads to vaccine hesitancy, which leads to harm to people's health. So the solution for social media companies, limit freedom of speech, delete those fake news, delete those accounts that are spreading this. Although in some cases, I think that's totally warranted. I'm not saying that that's not a good way to go. It's warranted at times. I also want the social media companies, as they're making this deliberation, to go through some questions, which are the orange one. Is really the misinformation the cause of the vaccine, or is this just a correlation? How likely is that misinformation leading to the vaccine hesitancy? So what is really the link between the misinformation and the action itself? And finally, is there any other way that we should take to sort of prevent the harm, which doesn't require us to suppress freedom of speech, which for many is a really important value? In other words, could we, for instance, force people to get vaccinated? That's one option, instead of preventing them from saying what they want online. So what I'm saying is just let's go through some actual questions. Let's make sure that social media are transparent when they make this kind of decisions. Then I have some general worries about adopting Mill's harm principles in content moderation. First of all, the idea of harm is highly contextual. What counts as harm in one part of the world might not count as harm in another part of the world. So what do we mean when we say misinformation causes harm? What kind of harm? For whom? Who decides what's harmful? I think these things need to be taken into account when we make decisions about limiting people's freedom of expression. Second, even if it's something it's not obviously harmful, even if it turns out that misinformation doesn't cause or it's not a primary cause of harm, I still think that it's important to try to find a way to address it. So what I'm trying to say is that the very notion of harm and the harm principle, although helpful, needs to be implemented with something else. And so my suggestion is that we go beyond harm. We adopt something more in our ethical framework, a new tool, which is the idea of cognitive autonomy. In particular, what I'm sort of pushing for is the idea that we should adopt the principle of cognitive autonomy. So companies, social media companies should promote cognitive autonomy on their platform. That's a should, it's not just what they're permitted to, they actually something they gotta do. So what is cognitive autonomy? Cognitive autonomy is the idea that you're able to think somewhat clearly based on reasons and free from any manipulative force distorting your reasoning, okay? So I think that social media companies should structure their platform to make sure that it preserves this kind of autonomy. How can they do that? So I got two suggestions there. One, let's adopt cognitive nudges, okay? These are things like inoculation, preventing debunking. These are things that cognitive studies have shown they actually help to stop misinformation. They actually make people more reactive, more reflective in their reasoning when they are online. And these are really things that can push them to become more autonomous as they engage with information online. The second suggestion is let's avoid boosting fake news or fake news sites or misinformation posts in group. Okay, because these are going to be the things, the external manipulative forces that actually undermines people's autonomy. Let me be clear, these adoptions do not undermine freedom of speech, they actually preserve it. So just let me give you, to conclude, an example of what a nudging might look like. So Twitter, for instance, has used this idea of sort of offering its users the possibility to kind of reflect more on the content they're sharing. Okay, this is just an example of nudging. It pushes you in a very obvious and deliberate way to be more reflective about what you share. This kind of nudging tells you, look, if you haven't read the paper, you haven't read the article you're sharing, that might lead to misinformation, the spread of misinformation. So it's a kind of nudging that it's helpful. It's not a sneaky nudging. It's actually sort of pushes people to be more reflective, more considerate. And so actually it doesn't bypass our capacity in deliberation. And it's not manipulative, it's not distorting, but actually pushes us to be better thinkers. So I think that social media companies should adopt this kind of nudging more. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thanks, Mariana. Very much appreciate you keeping to time. And I have a number of questions I'd love to ask, but I'm just going to stick to one. I wanted to follow up on where you ended up in the paper and in the presentation that you just made with respect to the focus on cognitive autonomy, right? So you seem to want to resist social media platforms taking direct action to crack down more aggressively on misinformation because you point out that we don't want them to be the arbiters of truth. But of course, doing nothing is not an option either, right? So you take this turn towards cognitive autonomy. I appreciated that you pointed out that you're just recommending the kinds of cognitive nudging that are not manipulative or intended to be sneaky, as you say, right, but explicit and still allowing us to exercise our choice. But I wanted to follow up on this notion, and I kind of want to dive into the philosophical underpinnings of this idea. You point to Harry Frankfurt defining cognitive autonomy as the ability to act on reasons that we would reflectively endorse. And you point out that lazy thinking and motivated reasoning are the bad cognitive habits that misinformation leads to or exploits. And that made me consider some recent suggestions that really sort of eat away at my anxieties about these things. Suggestions that many of us believe misinformation online precisely because it feeds into a narrative or an explanatory picture of the world that we do consciously endorse. So for example, I'll give an extreme example. If I'm inclined to consciously believe that marginalized groups are in fact a threat to me, not me to them, and that they secretly control the levers of power that are to blame for my own failures and disappointments in life, then believing misinformation that fits into that picture is in fact acting upon reasons that I already explicitly endorse. Now I think this is what you are calling motivated reasoning. I'm constructing a worldview that justifies, my prior sentiments or positions. I'm not using reasoning in this case to arrive at those sentiments or positions. But my worry is, what if those positions and sentiments are for many people not unreflective or unconscious biases, but really inseparable from worldviews or values that are quite explicit and consciously endorsed? How does cognitive autonomy help if that's the case? What if a cognitive autonomy isn't our salvation because it can be present in persons whose view of the world is manifestly false and morally corrupt? Just wanted to kind of pose that critical worry because I'd like cognitive autonomy to be the answer.
Absolutely. So one thing that, let me clarify. So I think cognitive autonomy is something that it's a tool, it's a sort of ethical tool that can help us develop new strategies. But I don't think, I'm never saying, and I don't think that you imply that in your question, but just to clarify, I think that sometimes we do have to take down some posts. So we do have to close some accounts because they are harmful. What I'm sort of suggesting is let's make it clear how they are harmful. Let's make clear that there's an actual causal connection. Let's not allow social media companies to be like, I'm closing this because it's harmful. Like, wait a minute, who says that? So that's one important thing to clarify. The second, I understand and I agree with your point. So the psychological literature is basically telling us two things. On the one hand, it's telling us people share fake news and misinformation mostly because they are lazy. They don't really reflect. They don't this is interesting, it's helpful, let me repost it. And this is where the idea of cognitive autonomy and having a structure that pushes people to be more reflective when they share stuff online, that is where it really is going to help. But as you pointed out, that's not the whole story. Some people share because they actually believe those things. They're not unreflective, they are fully reflective. Actually, they are doing things like consciously and because they kind of buy into that sort of narrative. So I totally agree with that. And what we need to do is probably the notion of autonomy won't be enough either in that case, but we still have to make sure that the structure of the platform is conducive to more reflective things. So one thing that we could try to avoid is have to have like epistemic bubbles and things of that sort that the literature has pointed out that are sort of maybe like one of the factors that lead people to be even they're more entrenched in their reasoning, more motivated in their reasoning. Let's try to to build our platforms in a way that is, one, transparent, two, allows for those clusters, for those bubbles to become more open, possibly, and less sort of motivated in their structure. So I think that will be another solution. But I agree, the cognitive autonomy thing is it's not going to save the day in all cases. Thank you.
That's a great response, Mariana. Thank you. Yeah, it may not be a silver bullet, but that doesn't mean that it can't help us kind of at least weaken the torrent of misinformation that we're dealing with, and anything that would help is worth pursuing. So let's turn now to our final presentation from Yannick Vogel. Yannick is a PhD student in law, science, and technology at the universities of Torino, Vienna, and Bologna. His main research is focused on commodification of persons in digital economies. And Yannick's talk is titled Recalibrating the Data Economy Towards a System of Fair and Equitable Benefit Sharing of Data Products. Welcome, Yannick.
All right, thank you very much for having me. Can you see this clearly? Is this working?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. All right, thank you for the kind introduction. My name is Yannick. Let me just quickly put a timer on here so I stick to the time. Yeah, my paper is called Recalibrating the Data Economy Towards a System of Fair and Equitable Benefit Sharing. So the origins of this paper were really that I think we've all seen that too few companies benefit too greatly from personal data as a freely appropriable resource. So we see these huge consolidations of power arise that are sort of based on personal data that is freely appropriated. And we lack control over distribution of this generated wealth in the data economy. And if we don't sort of start to attack those power structures, they will only grow bigger and bigger. So my background is in law and legal theory. And I found Bryce's talk earlier very interesting, because he said that privacy and data protection don't always give you the answers that you want to. And this is really clear in this paper. And so it's sort of an exercise in trying to find creative solutions to the identified problem. And the first thing that I needed to do was to recontextualize the data economy, and then sort of apply recontextualized solutions to that as well. And the first thing that requires is a different level of abstraction, if you will, or a different lens to view the problem through. And I think Bryce really touched upon this. I'm not going to dive into this too much, but the idea is to fundamentally take different lenses to approach existing problems, which will yield different results. And so the first lenses that are sort of standing out are from Weber and Coldry and Maías, which we've heard several times during the day already. And so Weber asked himself, do data imbalances, data flow imbalances, make a difference in national economic trajectories? So what happens when data flows from one state to another disproportionately? Does that matter in economic trajectories? And Coldry and Maías, of course, say that the appropriation and the collection of data follows colonial logics. And in this already, you see that their lenses are very different, right? Because sometimes they clearly put data protection and privacy in the background and sort of take this pure economic reasoning or really view data as a resource and sort of neglect some of the angles that we would usually pursue this from. So I wanted to sort of find my own lens, and that came with the critique first of the other lenses. And I think that, for instance, if you look at Weber, I don't believe that data necessarily flows from state to state too much, but I think it really flows from a sort of global collective to a couple of very large companies. There may be 10, 20 of them. And I think that Coldry and Maías, even though they make very interesting points, is that even if we end up in a situation of data post-colonialism, you're still not out of the woods yet. You need to come up with even further solutions to bridge this indifference between people and these big companies. And so the hunt was on really to find my own lens here. And what I decided to do is compare the data economy right now to what I call two tales of North and South. And I think these are pretty recognizable to most of you. So the first one is the North and South rift, pretty much the result of what happens when resources flow unilaterally and unremunerated for an extended period of time. We've seen that the global South has been deeply impoverished through appropriation of many resources by the global north. Best captured by Gonzalez here, the way in which one part of the world became developed and the way in which another became underdeveloped are not separate phenomena. And sort of the second situation is the North-South imbalance, which is more of a post-colonial idea, and it sort of feeds off that power imbalance that is created when resources flow from one place to another. If you see if one place is very developed and the other place lags behind, then there's a second round of exploitation here. And it's best captured by Cohen in 2019, I think. So I'm going to read this quote out full. Scholars who study the global intellectual property system have mapped a distinctive pattern of information flow in which resources extracted from the global south flow north twice. Once as indigenous resources extracted and appropriated by intellectual property industries headquartered in the global north, and a second time as payment exacted for products based on those resources. So where first you would only see resources flow from one place to another, second you would see that place where these resources end up would also be the place of commercialization, which then would be sold back to the people from which the resource was originally taken. And so then what I tried to do was to reimagine this north and south divide in the data economy. So the first question that I tried to tackle in the paper, do we see that rift between those who benefit from data as a freely appropriable resource and those who supply it freely? And I think that rift is becoming very apparent by now. Both the US and the European Union have these huge problems with trying to sort of contain the power that these companies have, and you see at the same time that they keep on growing and growing. So I think that rift between powerful companies and the global collective that supplies the resources for that power to emerge is quite obvious. And again, referring to Bryce, privacy and data protection doesn't have the answers here. And so you see this sort of jump to data ownership, which also doesn't fully function. And in that twilight zone, nothing really happens, and the problem continues to grow bigger. And then I tried to find the idea of the North-South imbalance as well. So is there also sort of a second round of exploitation that these companies have from the products that they make of the resource data that they get from it? And this was quite tricky to establish. Those who have read Zuboff will know the chapter, The Moat Around the Castle, which sort of highlights how these companies try to keep all prying eyes out. Frank Pascale describes something similar in the Black Box Society. But you do see the signs on the wall, and every now and then you get a somewhat decent insight there. For instance, in smart city constructions, right? So when local governments try to build new infrastructure for public transport, for instance, what they really need is decent insight in where people move from time to time, which density of people, for which events. And this is information that is not present in local governments. This is information that resides with those who process our personal data. And so more and more you see these deals. They're very tricky to capture, but these deals between local governments and these companies where they will trade licenses or will just straight up pay cash for the exchangeable information of the things that matter to them, right? So things that will help them construct cities. And I dedicate about 5 or 6 pages to this because it sort of implies commodification of products as well. So it's not our personal data necessarily that is being transferred from company to local governments, but really refined end products, which is also why the paper has data products in its title. And so I end up concluding that we can definitely compare this data economy to these historic North-South situations, right? We see a freely appropriable resource data flowing from the global collective to a select group of companies, and it keeps on increasing this power disparity between local communities and these companies. And finally, I believe that more and more we start to see these data and products based on global personal data, harvested resource data being sold back to these communities. And so then the question becomes, well, what can we do about this really? And as a legal theorist, I think you have a bit of a luxury here that you can sort of be creative with concepts and ideas and try to push things out of context and then pull them back. And so one of the things that I tried to do is use the Nagoya Protocol on access and benefit sharing to the Convention of Biodiversity of 1993 to this problem, which is completely out of context here. And this convention pretty effectively ended double exploitation and effectively reduced power imbalances between pharmaceutical sectors and local communities. And the solution that they implied there was actually quite simple. The only thing they did was really demand benefits on a collective level as a condition for access to resources. And so I'll give you quickly, because I'm running out of time a bit, I'll give you a classic Nagoya Protocol scheme and then try to apply this to the data economy. This is in the ethnopharmaceutical sector, because that's the most used example. So what you would see was a lot of biopiracy by industries headquartered in the global north. So they would go to rainforest in the global south, pick whatever plant they wanted, take that back to the north, commercialize it, and sell the end product, those finished medicines, back to the people who live pretty much everywhere, also in the rainforest. This was deemed quite unfair by the world. I believe around 130 states signed the Nagoya Protocol. And what the Nagoya Protocol does in Article 5 is really mandates a benefit sharing system. So if companies go to those rainforests and pick whatever resources they want, they need to sign deals that that mandate the giving back of benefits created from the commercialization, which can be anything. We've seen schools being built, roads being built, licenses being given, educational measures, or just straight cash. And I believe something like this is desperately necessary in the data economy. We need to implement a structure where we sort of mandate benefit sharing from certain companies, which will sort of mitigate a second round of exploitation and will diminish the power gap that seems to be growing bigger and bigger and bigger. And I see them really over time here, so I'll keep this brief. Several big benefits. First, we introduce transparency on those deals between businesses and local governments. So the moat around the castle will be easier to jump. We'll mandate benefit sharing on a community level. Instead of accepting that data is only worth what service it is worth on an individual level, because now we have to believe that the data is worth whatever Facebook or Google gives for it. And third, we just create hard quid pro quo situations, which will reduce these power imbalances because it gives us tangible ways to demand benefits. All in all, I think this will create a fairer and more sustainable, if you will, data economy. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Yannick. So we have to keep things fairly tight due to a couple of audience questions that I want to squeeze in before we end our session. But let me just ask real quick, the proposal to develop reforms that parallel in some ways the Nagoya Protocol is really fascinating. But one thought I had about this was that indigenous groups have perhaps greater leverage in the case where a local plant or fungus is of value, because that organism is likely to be non-fungible, right? The pharma companies can't bargain with a rival group on another continent because they won't have the same genetic resource to offer. But data seems to be, in some cases at least, more fungible. So if one city or state strikes a hard bargain to access their locally generated data, there are likely other governments in the same region that might accept less. So how do we prevent a race to the bottom of competition for the scraps that tech companies might offer? Thinking of the ways that companies like Amazon have pitted American cities against one another when bargaining for their fulfillment centers. In lots of cases, a city has essentially kind of given away the store in the form of egregious tax breaks for Amazon in order to ensure that they get something in terms of those valued jobs. So how might we prevent this kind of pitting of public bodies against one another in a low bid situation if we're applying your idea to the data economy? Any thoughts on that?
Well, the first thing that comes to mind is I would say that we're already at the bottom. Local government getting up. The only way is up. And And I think that the opposite might be more true, actually. If local governments in the city of Berlin see that the city of Paris gets data X and Y from, let's say, an Uber or another company, I think the incentive and the public outcry to get the same treatment will be greater than the willingness to go lower and lower and lower. But you are right. That's a valid concern.
Thanks, Janik. That's a great point and a hopeful one. And I agree. We need to sort of recognize that we are at the bottom, and if there's low-hanging fruit that can raise our position to a more just and equitable one, we need to grab that without worrying about how we'll solve the harder problems perhaps later on. Wonderful. Okay, we have about 5 minutes left for audience questions, and I want to turn to a question that came in earlier in the session from Pekeng Wong for Matthew. So Matthew, if you're willing to jump in, thank you, Janik. And if you want to go ahead and unshare or stop sharing the slide. And
I just see that I have a typo on the last slide. Very nice. Let me see.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. It's one of those ones that's almost hard for the eye to see, huh?
Stop sharing. All right.
Great, thanks. So Matthew, the question is, I'm sure you're familiar with Pekeng's work on Confucian ethics, and you mentioned, I think, in your paper, he says he's tried to refer to ritual as a key concept in Confucian ethical tech design as well, but he says, I've been faulted for introducing hierarchical systems and imbalance of power in the mix. What is your response to that? Do you justify hierarchy and imbalance of power, as some have tried to do, for example, Bell, or do you have another reply to that challenge? And for those in the audience who might benefit from some helpful context here, right, the Confucian ethical frame is intrinsically hierarchical and really in tension with, if not completely incompatible with, an egalitarian frame in which social relations are leveled. So Matthew, I'd love to hear your thoughts in response to Pekeng's question.
Yes, thank you, Shannon. We have sort of done some interaction in the comments, so hopefully Pekeng will be satisfied now. But yeah, I think our view is that Li is not inherently hierarchical in that way. I mean, it also has a communicative function, which we're interested in this particular context when you're thinking about social media. So although, and I think this is really the same with rituals, it has a certain sound to it. And so I fell into this trap when I started reading about Confucianist rituals. I was like, rituals, yeah, I'm not really about rituals. This sounds very traditional and sort of non-progressive. And then the more I got into it and the more I really looked at the nuances of it, I saw that actually it's not something that's pejorative. And I think this distinction between thick and thin rituals that you brought up earlier in your response was very helpful. And yeah, we should unpack that more in the paper. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We have another question also for Matthew from Shakir. Shakir says, seeking commonality rather than individualism is great, but how we think about finding each other's commonality was my question. With shrinking civil spaces, algorithmic bias, with these obstacles, how do you think about discovery of one another's commonality?
I think it's a really good question. And I think there's a lot at stake with this discussion of commonality and difference. There's a lot politically at stake with it. And it's a difficult thing to think about. I suppose it's about for me, it's about identifying those things that we should think of in terms of differences and those things that we think of in terms of commonalities. Now, of course, there are really essential things that need to be acknowledged, particularly differences in privilege. And without an account of those things, then commonality or a discussion of commonality can be used to introduce lots of politically unprogressive ideas. So commonality is sort of, we have to be really careful. There's a lot of work at the moment. Ingrid Robbins, when we gave this paper a few weeks ago at another conference, she's talking a lot about human diversity as well as human connectedness. And those, whether you emphasize the diversity or the connectedness, it's a really highly charged political issue. I think you need both. And I think you need both because collective political problems need to be solved with collective solutions where we find what is common to each other and somehow find ways to connect in that way. And yet at the same time, these differences differences are also really important to be recognized. So you can't have one without the other. Yeah, so how do you identify how do you sift between those two types of commonalities or differences? How do you find which are appropriate to use in that in any given situation? I think it's really difficult. I don't have a sort of soundbite for that, but I do identify it as a really important problem. I think differences are really important to emphasize as well as commonalities. So it's a bit of a sort of both sides of an answer. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Matthew. So that's it for our audience questions, and conveniently we're also at time for our session. So I'd like to invite all the panelists to turn their cameras back on if you're available, and on behalf of the conference organizers and the audience, we want to thank you for your fantastic and incredibly rich and thoughtful presentations and responses to the conversation. And I wish we could continue the conversation for another hour, but perhaps there will be future opportunities to pursue all of these lines of inquiry. So thanks very much, and I'll hand it back to you, Nikita.
Thank you so much, Shannon. This was great. I really enjoyed the conversation. And as you said, it could have gone on for more. So definitely continue the conversation in YouTube and offline. Now we're going to move to our closing remarks. And we're joined by Professor Matthias Risser, who is the faculty director here at the Carr Center. I'm just going to give him a brief introduction and then before handing over. So Matthias is a professor of human rights, global affairs, and philosophy, and director of the Carr Center for Human Rights Policy at Harvard. His work primarily addresses questions of global justice, and he ranges from human rights, inequality, taxation, trade, immigration, across many issues, and increasingly looking at the future of technology, especially the impact of AI on a range of normative issues. And so I'm going to hand it over to you, Matthias, for your closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikita, and also from my end, a heartfelt welcome to everybody who is participating in this colloquium, especially those of you who are presenting, who have already presented, who will present tomorrow, but of course also the audience for this incredibly important topic. We are absolutely delighted and honored to be hosting this event as Carr Center, and are of course also already delighted and honored to host Nikita here. I'm actually just a few meters away physically from Nikita. Our offices are somewhat adjacent here. So when she approached us about hosting this topic, we really jumped at the opportunity, because it is actually so closely connected to many things that we have been doing here at the center in recent years. So by way of concluding, allow me just to do the following. I'd like to tell you a little bit about the Carr Center and how we ended up connecting to topics such as the one of this symposium, and then just to share a few thoughts on surrounding ideas of this colloquium with you. Unfortunately, I was not able to be here for all of this. I was here for the opening remarks and the opening keynote, and then in between I had to teach a class and I have to swim back for the last half an hour. But there's so some of what I will be talking about might have already come up, but you know, they're important themes, so it might just bear some repetition if that is the case. So first of all, the Carr Center. So the Carr Center is the human rights hub here at the Harvard Kennedy School. So our mission really is to build connections in the human rights domain between this part of academia, the human rights movement, the part of the public that is interested in human rights, and also to try to make it the case that larger parts of the public are interested in these themes. And we turned to the topic of technology actually about 3 years ago. That was 2018, and that was not accidental, because 2018, as those of you familiar with human rights themes will know, was the year when the Universal Declaration of Human Rights turned 70. So that's always an occasion for people in the human rights world to look back and think about how far have we come, where are we falling short. It's a bit of a feature of the human rights movement that we tend to look at the glass as half empty rather than half full. So we're looking at deficiencies, shortfalls, more than successes, but of course it is also important just to acknowledge that the human rights movement also has simply come a long way, also by way of making contributions to the fate of the world, at least certain components of the fate of the world. But then in 2018, we also thought, okay, so we can't just look back and take stock. We also need to think about what might be happening over the next 70 years. And that is really what brought us to the topic of human rights and technology, the way the discourse around human rights and technology unfolds, the way what human rights even mean, right? So for an era that is changing so dramatically, human rights, the ideas and the formulation come from a very thoroughly analog world. So what is the content of these rights? Maybe we need more of them. How the human rights movement is a dynamic movement. How do we think about the next 70 years? That is really how we came to that. And we, as part of that, we founded a human rights and technology program, of which Nikita is a member, a fellow in that program right now. And I'm happy to say the kind of work that she is doing here about intercultural conversation in the domain of digital ethics and digital human rights inquiries, that is also something that several other fellows. Earlier there was an allusion to the work of Joana Veron in Brazil, and so several other fellows, also Sabelo Mlambi, over time have done work at the space, and it has entered your conversations already. So I'm pointing all of that out because I want everybody who has an interest in this domain also to very much think of the Carr Center as a home for that kind of work and as a connecting point for you, as a hub for this kind of work, and to, you know, connect with us, follow our work, see what we're up to. And there's a bunch of discussion papers. In fact, we have a new one in the work now at this intersection. So I hope you can think of the Carr Center as very much part of this conversation. So then a little bit about a few ideas that have come up. So first of all, of course, the idea of coloniality and decolonizing various things has been front and center to much of what was discussed here. My own history with this term was, so when I came across this first, I wasn't quite sure what to do with this. But then I actually realized there was a great depth to that also in my own main line of work. So my main line of work is basically before connecting to the human rights cause as director of the center, I wrote a bunch of things around the notion of justice, especially in the global justice domain, as Nikita mentioned. And at some point, I realized that this idea of coloniality actually had a concrete meaning, a very specific context in which it comes alive in historical inquiries about conceptions of justice, namely in the 19th century. So the coinage, social justice that is very common these days really is a 19th century coinage. People didn't talk about social justice before. And that had a lot to do with the fact that the kind of problems, the social problem writ large that was addressed by social justice really only came up in full force in the kind of interconnected society that the 19th century made possible. So social justice was formulated as a set of tools in response to that. But this was also a time when social justice thought and also social justice movements became a big deal in European countries in particular. But it was also a time when those very countries enlarged the colonialism that had been practiced for a number of centuries into this much bigger and more penetrating thing that then we came to know as imperialism. So there was this complete disconnect between more and more emancipation at home and at the same time also more and more expansionism or forceful takeovers in other parts of the world. And maybe that wasn't as disconnected. Maybe these things were actually conditioning each other. But be that as it may, the point here is, so what is the coloniality comes in right there, namely into the very agenda of political philosophy by noticing that the concerns of social justice simply stopped at the border. The kind of ideas around solidarity, the ideas around emancipation were not projected outward. They were not transferred to the rest of the world. They basically stayed domestic. And that is already, so that is where the notion of coloniality comes right in and describes that there is a coloniality of this very concept formation. And at some point, I came to realize that, and it has profoundly changed my outlook also on this whole discourse. And I've written quite a bit about it in recent times, especially in my book on justice that came out in 2020. So just as a way of recognizing the relevance of this topic for the whole range of work that political philosophers do. Secondly, as far as specifically human rights are concerned, you will all be familiar with the trope of a distinction among several generations of human rights, first generation, second generation, third generation, that has been around since the late 70s. There's one particular paper where this started. This was an attempt at both systematizing, but also putting in a timely order of sorts the development of the human rights movement, the first generation being civil and political rights, the second one being social and economic rights, and then the third generation being the more kind of collectively oriented rights of membership and rights of to environmental protection and things like that. And once you have these three generations, in a way, this is inviting a dynamic perspective on things, right? And so almost as long as there has been this discussion of three dimensions, of three generations, there was a discussion of what could possibly be a fourth generation, in a way, as an invitation explicitly to the human rights movement to also think of the human rights movement as an organic endeavor, something that needs to live and breathe and thereby also go into the next century. My colleague and executive director here at the Carr Center, Sushma Raman, wrote a fantastic book about that, Becoming Good Society, about Sushma will talk to you tomorrow about the dynamic dimensions of human rights. And one thing that I think is really important here, and I really do not know whether this was mentioned in between, is to talk more about epistemic rights. And I heard Shoshana Zuboff mentioned earlier, who is also connected to the work that we are doing here. Shoshana has talked about epistemic rights in her work. I have started to cultivate this more. This is not new. There has been talk about certainly epistemic justice in philosophy. It goes back to a wonderful book by Miranda Fricker from about 15 years ago. So epistemic justice has been a big topic, how seriously we are taken, respective groups are taken as knowers and also objects of knowledge. So there has been a background there, and that background also should come into the discussion about human rights. So epistemic rights that we have as knowers, so as acquirers of knowledge, but also rights that we have as knowns. So we are subject to knowledge. We are subject to data gathering, for example. So there's knowledge out there that is about us. So that's why epistemic rights are also rights that we have as knowns, people who are known for certain things. And that, to my mind, is a topic that we need to cultivate a lot more, a terminology that we need to fill with contents much more as part of the human rights outlook. And obviously, that needs to have this kind of intercultural dimension that your symposium is advancing. And quickly, a third and last thought, I just want to throw one notion at you. And this is really something that I was just talking about in my class. And so I just want to share that with you, since it actually connects very beautifully to what you are doing here. In my class, it's a class on philosophy of technology, I was just talking about Walter Benjamin, whom some of you may know in particular for his very, very famous essay, The Work of Art in the Age of Its Technological Reproducibility. Walter Benjamin is then also known as the author of a very big work called the Arcades Project, which is really a kind of archaeology of capitalism in urban settings, right? So what you see, the buildings that you see, have a certain history of capitalism trying to cultivate us into consumers of sorts. The objects that you see on display in stores, they have a history of alienated labor. Marxists call that. They have been reified, right? They have been transformed from labor stolen from people into objects that then play these important roles in our lives. And the whole thing then, so the way we look at the world basically is completely illusionary, because we do not see these buildings and these objects for what they really are, but we see them as some kind of a consumer paradise, and we are not noticing the economic structures and the power structures that always already go into this. Benjamin, for that, uses the term phantasmagoria. Phantasmagoria is kind of a shadow play of the 19th century. So what we are looking at is a shadow play of reality, where we are not seeing often the underlying power structures that make possible what's on the surface. And something similar, so the internet very much is also a phantasmagoria right now, as it is evolving. And that's why I want to bring that term to your attention. And that's really my concluding sentence here already. The internet that we are dealing with is a phantasmagoria, very much as Benjamin outlined what cities were and what the consumption products all around us are in the 19th and 20th century. And the kind of work that you guys are doing here is incredibly important for making sure that we see that phantasmagoria for what it is, and then can also, as Benjamin wanted us to wake up from that earlier dream, so we can wake up from this and then to actually see the world as it really is. So thank you very much, Nikita, for organizing this, and thank you all for contributing to this.
Thank you so much, Matthias. That was great. And wittingly or not, you actually, you tied together several threads that emerged in the course of the earlier discussion. So it was great to hear your remarks. Of course, we're very grateful to you, Sushma, and the Carr Center for hosting today, without which none of this would have been possible. So thank you all for joining us today. I hope you took something away from the conversations. We're going to return tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Eastern time, and look forward to another 2 discussions that should be very interesting. So thank you. Have a good